Hello, all, this is Alys, and here we are in. Oh, are we starting a new game? Are we? Really? So, yep, it looks like we're starting Pathologic Classic HD, which means that we are going now through the last available iteration of Pathologic 1. Also, coincidentally, the first one I ever played, back in my little old red potato of a computer. Let's see how we get to it after all this time. So, without further ado, Alys plays Pathologic, the Bachelor Classic HD Route, Day 1, in which here we go again.
Traces of the supernatural reveal themselves more often than intelligent and reasonable men would prefer them to. Chimeras, worshipped by our ancestors centuries ago, crawl back into the light from ancient times. The directors of our fate rain ash down on us from the grey heavens. They conceal themselves beneath us, above us, and among us, staying hidden until we muster up the resolve to meet their malevolent gaze. Having been discovered, they appear in the flesh for a mere moment, and then they expire horribly, wreaking havoc on the world that they rightfully see as their toy.
So, hello all, this is Alys, and as I said in the intro, we are going to start with Pathologic Classic HD, which technically, yes, it's the same as Pathologic 2005, albeit there's some differences, and the main one being we have a text we can understand now because there was a new translation, and well, aspect ratio as you guys can see, and all that stuff, which usually pertains to an HD remaster. Anyhow, just give me a second, I'm adjusting the mic. Now, we're gonna start once again.
So, it's all about trickery to you? Wherever have you come from?
No. I detest trickery. But if we ourselves are to suffer deception, our hands are no longer tied. Where are we?
Well, the muscular contraction is there. Means you're already inside of him. This must be one of the ventricles, right here.
What a silly place. It's stuffed. So it's not real for now? I don't think it has started yet.
Does it matter what it's made of? It's definitely struggling. We need to perform sectio transversalis. Cut the wall. There's no other way out. What else is there to do?
I know what to do. Those who favor hard logic and direct action are bound to be misguided. Only a miracle can set us free without us having to destroy something. And I can do miracles. Just let me.
Will you please be quiet? You're a liar and a thief. Who is going to believe you when you keep lying to yourself? The truth is my shepherd. Whatever happens, I will find answers, and justice will be restored. I will perform the operation. Medica morbo adhibe.
Don't you go all bossy on me, clever clogs. You will act justly, but your justice will blind you and become his demise. This calls for the gentle hand of a surgeon. Step aside, both of you.
Your gentle hands are used to killing, not giving life. You will inevitably do harm. As for Brainy, he has no regard for casualties at all. Neither of you knows compassion.
Yes, it seems unlikely that we'll get along well, but there's only one truth.
Any choice is right as long as it's willed. That's the truth of the matter.
Only the heart will show you the right choice. Stop thinking about yourselves. Think of the sick. He's in pain. I can't see it yet, but I can feel it.
It's not even a trap. It's a grave. Subipsum funis sumus. Can't say I hold a soft spot for it.
I can see that. You're full of hate. Stuffed or not, it's breathing. I can hear it. It can be healed rather than killed.
You mean you won't become a killer? But you will. Mark my word, that's exactly what will happen. But I can avoid it.
No, we won't ever get along. I suggest we be on our way. The sooner the better.
Off we go then?
Let's go. The clock is ticking.
So yeah. Better if I don't get stuck. And before I would choose that we're going to choose Danko, I must say, good lord, I'm just in this intro, and I'm becoming far more appreciative of the work that went into this HD remaster. I mean, especially after I've gone through the demo, the alpha, the demo, and especially the 2005 version, because good lord in heaven, yeah, we really don't appreciate developers enough. There, I said it. Bachelor. The history of humanity witnesses... Let's start again. The history of humanity witnessed a number of catastrophes that have demonstrated without a shadow of a doubt the pettiness of human achievement and the triumph of the invincible evil. Outbreaks of infectious diseases that have from time to time wiped towns and cities off the map are undoubtedly among those. However smart and virtuous, the people caught up in these destructive events have repeatedly come to the conclusion that it's no use trying to fight these circumstances. The best you can do is bite the bullet and cope with your losses. This is the story of a person who has managed to work a miracle and defeated a seemingly unvanquishable foe.
Daniil Dankovsky, a Bachelor of Medicine, was brought here by circumstances most unfortunate. Dankovsky's life work, his theory challenging the existing notions of human mortality, is being harshly persecuted by the powers that be. Suddenly, a letter arrives from a colleague suggesting that there is previous undiscovered evidence which may support Dankovsky's claims. There is a settlement, the letter says, ruled by an extraordinary man who may well be seen as objective proof of Dankovsky's daring hypothesis. Grasping at straws of hope, Dankovsky decides to follow what he believes to be the sign of divine providence. Without further ado, he sets off for the settlement. Late at night, Bachelor arrives in the town. As he seeks room and board, he gets to know a girl called Eva Yan and stays at her place till dawn.
There we are. As of today, my mission remains obscure. The examination of Simon Kine, who is rumored to be a monk of incredible longevity, may shake the very foundation of modern thanatology and challenge the existing notions of death itself. However, even if this undying Leviathan proves to be more than a fairy tale, the mere confirmation of his existence won't suffice to prevent the powers that be from shutting our laboratory down. I need to figure out the most fruitful approach. Simon is a well-respected man, and if he mistakes my interest for effrontery, it would be nigh impossible to convince him to help me break new ground in the field of human vitality. Third version of this text that I read out loud. This one went slightly better, I think. Day 1, by the end of which the Bachelor finds himself battling a truly unvanquishable foe. Oh, sorry. What I wanted is this. Isidor Burak's message. My dear Bachelor Dankowski, it's what... Just give me a second. It was most disconcerting to learn that the powers that be have the intention of shutting down the laboratory that owes its fame largely to your own research in the field of thanatology. Is it true that your detractors have branded your studies scientifically stillborn? Rejoice, Bachelor, for there is an observable case that would quell the obscurance that reject the research of death, aging, and necrosis as a subject that lacks academic viability. This case, were you to document it, would go a long way towards restoring your reputation as a scholar. The subject in question is Simon Kine, who has ruled the town where I live for as long as I can remember. This man's longevity transcends the boundaries of what is plausible. It is phenomenal, no less, and I struggle to give an explanation of it with what scientific means I have at my disposal. Make no delay. There's a sensational discovery to make here. A breakthrough that will not only save your laboratory, but also revivify your studies and greatly increase your scientific renown. Your humble servant and faithful colleague, Isidor Burach. P.S. I spoke to Simon on your behalf and he has kindly agreed to facilitate your effort. Daring ideas and far-fetched projects are traditionally very well respected in our neck of the woods. And yes, we have this, but we have the quest and the other tasks. Here's our man Danko. He's kind of okay so far. Yeah, we have the adherents, who are also called bound. And yeah, and we have weapons, clothes. We have gloves. Ah, excellent. We have a tourniquet, alpha tablets, which will come in handy. Melanormal morphine. Of course, he had to have water. After all, let's remember that the Bachelor in the tech demo was obsessed with water. And yeah, we have a scalpel. And there we go. I'm just going to check on something. No, this one does not work. But does this one? Oh, nice. Nice. There we go. Because we have to go downstairs. Just give me a second. I'm gonna change a thing here. Now that's much better. Okay, so obviously that's because I'm working with a mouse and a keyboard that costed me like 12 euros, but it wasn't working particularly well today. Hello, Eva. I love you.
I had a feeling you would come.
And you were right, girly. Let's check first the descriptions, because yeah, we have new text, so we have to check it. Eva Jan, Peter Stamatin's take on her. She came to love my creation when it was but a sketch. People are often astonished by it, but it's rarely met with love. Even the children merely tolerate it. Loving an edifice like this remains vivid and a standing imagination. Victor Kain's take. Eva possesses some virtues that my daughter, unfortunately, does not. She's gentle. She's trustworthy. She wouldn't even stoop to betrayal. She could be the soul of a focus, were she not enamored of death so bizarrely and persistently. Yeah, spoilers. Did the sounds from the outside wake up you too? There was a terrible groan, and then something snapped loudly. I fell asleep so quickly I didn't even notice. It's like I fainted. So, what sounds are you talking about? I think there are strangers in the backyard, by the pond. They're unlikely to be planning mischief, but I have a bad feeling about this. I'm afraid to go out to them. I hope they will away soon and stop disturbing our sleep. I'd like to thank you for your hospitality, for board and bed. I sincerely hope you have everything you need, because I am very happy to have you here. Daniel, is it? How do you know who I am? Clary is the messenger riding ahead of the man, a celebrity from the capital, Bachelor Dankowski, the founder of Thanatica, the man who challenges death. Of course, we've heard about you. This glory isn't dessert yet, but I hope that getting to know your ruler will give me a chance to live up to the expectations. Death. So that's the enemy you've chosen for yourself. Isn't it hard? I don't think anyone has managed to defeat the evil yet. Millions of doctors defeated it on certain singular occasions, but my enemy is more fearsome. It is death itself rather than a singular case of death. I don't understand. I can barely understand it myself. Could death only seem inevitable to us, but in reality be nothing more than a whim of the will that has shaped this world? That is a question. So, where's the key to my victory? It's not far. The Kynes live at the Crucible on Bridge Square. But could I please offer you a piece of advice? Go on. Simon has 2 younger brothers. The eldest of the 2, Georgi, is called the judge by the locals. Visit him, he's in the sleep. He'll teach you how to speak with Simon. The youngest of the 3 is Victor. His daughter, Maria, also wanted to see you. It's probably important. Was it she who knew about my arrival beforehand? Yes, she told me about it privately. Talking to her is no simple task. Maria is that kind of person. She puts on airs, but that's how the Kynes are. It was Maria who told me that she will help you defeat death. That's the precise wording. What a coincidence. All right, thank you for the advice. Go, and I prepare everything for your return. To come back after you speak to the Kynes. They will probably do a lot of things that will puzzle you and put you on guard. I will have some advice that may be of help to you if you need it. Okay, I'll come back. So yeah, there we are. Simon Kyne, the man of improper longevity, is waiting for me here. I hope he sympathizes with my request. I only need a living evidence of the impossible. The mysterious Maria, Victor Kyne's daughter, has been expecting my arrival for several days. She seems to know more about me than I do. This mansion, called the Stillwater, belongs to a single girl called Eva Yan. An accidental midnight encounter provided me with a lovely companion and temporary lodging. Just in case.
It's so quiet around now.
Ah, yeah. Very little time has passed, but I feel hungry and exhausted again. Since you've decided to fight death, you'll have to be very careful. It's September. You will be dying with every breath of our air. What am I supposed to do? Not breathe your air? Should I have stocked up on the air from the capital? You got me wrong. You will be dying here much faster than in the capital. Your body is wasting away just as fast as a boat sinks with its hull full of water. Breathe in this air. Can you feel it? But why? The steppe is full of various herbs. They fill the air with dizzying vapors. White weed, twire, and strawberry are dangerous in August and September, when herbs surrender their juices to the sun. People tend to get headaches this time of the year. Hits hurt sufferers lie in bed with pains. My heart aches too. How do you people live here? Twire is a rare herb, so it's usually bearable, but this year is unbelievably plentiful. The elderly said that this is phenomenal. Nothing like this has ever happened before. They think it's a bad omen. Well, I don't believe that, but the air is droning. Can't you feel it? Don't you feel dizzy? Yes, the air is heavy. You need to sleep often. Never go hungry. Drink more water. You need to look after yourself properly. If you feel sick, forget everything else and get some rest. Otherwise, you may die of a heart attack or bleeding. Be careful, alright? Both my heart and mind are strong enough. And this one does not work, but this bed does work. I'm not going to sleep right now. This is going to be one of the few days in which I will be okay. But yeah, there goes our very first save. And let's see what happens. Okay. There you are, my boys. I've missed you so much. Okay. Venerable Bachelor, please be so kind as to linger for a minute. This conversation won't take too much of your time, especially since time stops during dialogues, at least during the important ones. And our dialogue is extremely important. You need to know how to play after all, don't you? Play? What are you talking about, masked man? I'm neither a gambler nor an actor. Of course you aren't. You're a living, breathing man. As it's evident from your conditions and statuses, you experience hunger, thirst, and fatigue. You suffer from pain, wounds, and diseases. You are so lifelike. You have to eat, drink, sleep, and rest, and to make mistakes. The latter being the most definite proof of my human nature, wouldn't you agree? If I may, I would like to point out just important how. Sorry. If I may, I would like to point out just how important it is to keep an eye on your condition. If you get dizzy or unnaturally sluggish, do have to check it up. Do have it checked up. Vital processes tend to run faster during emergencies than in everyday life. I knew a person who died of stress but was diagnosed with starvation. It happens. I can testify to that as a doctor. Need I remind a wise man like you of the fact that hunger is sate with food? I'm sorry, I still might need to get accustomed, because yeah, it's still a handful, even if it is so much better than in previous versions. And also, of course, I have the H-Bomber Guy video in mind a lot when in tackling this section. Food can be found in shops, and shops can be found in ordinary houses that are marked with specific signs. Sleep, however, is more complicated. People tend to sleep in beds. People only sleep in beds and only in private residence around here. I am sorry, but that's just how our world is. Yes, the world is unjust. And quite silly, if you forgive me for saying so. Speaking of commerce, different shops sell similar items at different prices. Make sure you don't get cheated. People can be quite brazen around here. You can also barter with folk out in the street. Some things may be nothing more than trinkets to you, but others will be willing to part with their life's blood for them. Blood? Yes, blood. It's not my place to let to you, but if, following your Hippocratic oath, you ever consider using someone's pain, feel free to just approach them with a suitable drug. You will see their pain receding before your very eyes. The sick fall asleep when they are close to recovery, don't they? Or when they are close to their ultimate rest. Still, helping the hopeless will grant you a good reputation. You will be seen as a benefactor willing to part with the precious sleeping draught of a painkiller for a simple bystander. Anything else? No, not yet. Show me the way to Simon's house. Turn left now, then walk along the alley. You will see a cathedral and 3 mansions across Bridge Square. Simon lives in the one that's closer to the river. Thank you. Yeah. We are going to talk to the other boy. Hello? Halt! I am going to have to teach you about the technicalities of the setting, the time and the place. It's not essential, but that's how it is. The actor has to be prepared before he goes on stage, or else he will fall down the aisle or stumble upon the prompt box. But that would look mighty silly, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely, but we are mighty silly. Speak, I'm listening. Time flies by. It can't be stopped or turned back. Nights follow days, which are then followed by nights. Things happen without any regard for whether you are there to witness them. Don't expect anyone to wait for you. Most events can be missed. And so it would make sense for you to visit the places that you care about regularly. You'll find the people that will play major roles in your fate there. They stand out from the common folk. The rest are just a crowd shot. A background. A bunch of extras. As it has always been. Indeed. Still, it's best to avoid hasty judgment. It's a paradox, you see. Don't try to care much for the lives of these bound to stand out people. And don't be too dismissive of the silent crowd. Both streams will end in tragedy. Why is that? The world cares for your reputation. A fine and crucial instrument. Your reputation changes the world you see, for it is a mirror, wouldn't you agree? And so a bad reputation will get you into a lot of trouble. For example? Oh, need I describe? You got vivid imagination. Everything changes, from mystical aspects to mundane things like the people you need treating you badly. How many enemies you've got, how high the prices are, how bad your dreams are. Lots of things. A sorry prospect, so how do I maintain my reputation? Really? How is that even a question? Same as anywhere. Thou shalt not kill, thou shalt not lie, thou shalt not betray. Do not steal, do not covet, do not be an asshole. Do not get caught. The rules are same everywhere. A truly selfless deed, life risking something for thy neighbor or even a person who lives quite far away, can help in a dire situation. I see. Really? Good for you then. As for me, I can't see anything in this mask. I have no idea what's going on. Anyway, don't get too worked up about human lives, and don't put too much stock into another's words, mine included. He who trusts everyone is asking to be deceived. Yet he who trusts no one is deluded. I know that from experience. Yeah, and there these two are. What you want? This ain't your business. What is this creature? I don't know. That's what all the olden cattle breeders look like. Crude and unshapely and unfinished. Don't you know? Wherever you came from, an intruder, oh? Yes, I'm a visitor in this town. Who could have thought it's home to such, creatures? Yeah. As we know, in this case, it's better to not try anything. Nah, not. Because these guys will be gone when we go to the kinds. And yeah, in the very best raccoon-like tradition, there we go. Oh, by the way, good morals and luck and great help in managing a small community without resorting to violence. Personal standing can work wonders. What do you mean? I like our town. We're all one big family. And sometimes I get the feeling that we're all controlled by an unseen power. Our actions are but fiction. It's quite possible. I like dropping hints that we are controlled by the powers that be. The video game. And yeah, we're stocking up on water. And sorry, and before I do anything, I want this view of the cathedral, because you guys know I love the cathedral. And I need to check, how is she? Miss Polly. Ah yeah, I forgot, it's 7 o'clock probably. Look at her. And now... there we go. Like, yeah, I'm definitely far more appreciative of what they've done with this version now that I've played the original one.
So the Saburovs have offered patronage to some changeling. Who is she?
And yeah, Georgi Kain. Because from now on it's Georgi, thank goodness. Julia's take on him. A potent mind to say the least. Encyclopedically educated, well versed in mathematics and physics, has appreciable background in astronomy. With all that, his chosen field of study is decidedly occult, and it is impossible to disregard how successful he is at that. However awkward it may appear at first glance, the quotidian and the numinous often complement each other very well. Alexander Saburov's take. Georgi is not successor to Simon. Semblance in appearance doesn't necessarily imply internal likeness. Cain is too deranged to be a good ruler. Were he, say, to rule a country, he would have turned into some kind of theocracy. Most venerable doctor, it is with great impatience that we have been expecting you. You need not delve into the minutiae of your business with us, since our family is well acquainted with your scholarly work. We are also quite aware that of the difficulties you were experiencing, and well prepared to do our utmost to support you. It hurts me all the more to be the one to inform you that Simon, my consanguineous brother, the creator, keeper, and embodiment of all that surrounds us, has been murdered. I can't believe it! It cannot be! My brother was murdered last night, under the strangest of circumstances. But, for all the mystery surrounding his death, I'd rather eschew the notion that this departure was connected with whoever had visited Simon that evening. The visitor is a man of laudable rectitude and an old friend of our family. There are witnesses to testify that he and Simon did nothing to converse. Who was the visitor? Someone you know quite well. The man whom my brothers last night... just give me a second. Someone you know quite well. The man whom my brother saw last night was your colleague, Isidor Burach. Was he not the very person to advise you to come here as well? Yes. Isidor has done more than he thinks. I have a lingering feeling that time itself is using uncontestable powers to further in our intentions. What do you think? Categories like time, nature, and fate deprive man of responsibility for what goes around him. I was taught to avoid this worldview. It could be that my mind is clouded by sorrow, but I cannot escape the feeling that your arrival was no coincidence. Your choice was made for you, my dear doctor. Let us not blame fate for it. Isidore wrote to you without making us aware. He took a risk that could have displeased our family. Really? Even though we were uncertain of when you would arrive, my brother was looking forward to meeting you. The tragedy might have been a consequence of the actions he took in preparation for your arrival. Someone has taken a powerful piece from the chessboard, a piece upon which your position here depended. It is doubly regrettable that Simon was playing on your side. My sincerest condolences to you. Is there anything I can do to help? Do you want to help us, Doctor? Find the murderer for us. My brother Victor, who is in the wing next door, would share some of his thoughts on the matter. Help us, and the reward will not disappoint you. Indeed, it seems there are too many coincidences. Your brother's murder can just well be called the murder of Bachelor Route. I will help you in every way I can. I am convinced that if there is anyone that can... I am convinced that if there's anyone at all that can help us solve this puzzle, then it is you. This mission calls for someone as astute and inventive as yourself. If Isidore was an instrument of fate, then Simon's murder is a message that fate intended for you personally. Don't think I am inclined to blame you for that. I am not. How do you plan to look for the murderer? We will take our own measures. The only thing I expect for you is to be yourself. Do only what you think is required. Whatever you find out, whatever you do, whatever your day turns into, everything is a clue to the solution of this puzzle. I repeat, everything that is happening here is happening on your account. Fine, I'm fine with this course of action. This is where Victor lives, the youngest of the three Cain brothers. He can tell me more about Simon's manner of death. In pursuit of a killer, and there's the main quest of today. To find out who killed the immortal Simon Cain, the dead man's own family may not want it more than I do. I have an abiding desire to punish the murderer, to eradicate them, no matter if they were acting on their own account or on the behest of the powers that be. Whoever they were, they picked the moment far too well. So there we go. Ooh. Let's see.
That does it. I'm going to break soon.
This Victor sounds so much better than the other Victor. Victor Cain. Julia Lurisheva's take on him. A new structure of power relationships is being established in this town. Personally, I would have preferred the next triumvirate to be laid back in Victor. Alas, Victor is utterly loathsome of anything that has to do with fame, authority, or public adoration. He has every right to claim the throne, but he will hand it over to his daughter, just like he did before, when his terrifying wife was still with us. Andrei Stamatin stakes. Victor was the only person who could control Nina the Wild. She obeyed Simon and Georgi too, but that was only out of respect for the family's strict morals. And yet Nina followed Victor's word unquestionably, although he never demanded that from her. It's all very mysterious. How did he tame the demon, and why did he allow her complete and unrestricted freedom? Yet again. The famous Dr. Dankowski. Your arrival is a great honor for us. Victor Cain, at your service. Daniel Dankowski, at yours. I foresee that the things that have become ordinary for us will probably make you feel uncomfortable and disturbed. I would like to compensate for that impression. You know, our small community has fallen out of the loop. Time leaves us behind. What do you mean? I mean the traditions. Games that we play with passion will most likely be of no interest to you. The people you meet here may seem eccentric, naive, or even somewhat deranged. Please, take it easy on us. Don't judge us too strictly. I will do my best not to disappoint you.
I feel as though my blood is getting thicker. An omen, is it not?
How can I help you? Georgi has told me everything, which is to say he told me very little, but it was enough to astound me. He maintains that you can provide a more detailed account. So you have agreed to help us? I have. May I ask why? We share a tragedy. I want to exact vengeance on the one that robbed me and my work of a future. I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have. Where was Simon last seen? He sent Isidore home. Then, an hour later, he came to his hall to see us. He he announced his plans to withdraw from the focus and receive no one. He told us to to not approach the focus and to fast for a week, partaking of neither meat nor water. Then, in the morning, he was found dead. How was he found? The servants discovered him in the morning. The room had been ransacked. Everything that was breakable had been broken. His disfigured, contorted body bore signs of terrible suffering. His neck was twisted, his spine broken. I think no one has touched the body. It is currently inside the focus and will remain there for the prescribed amount of time. What's this focus place? It's hard to explain. It's his study, if you will. An extraordinary, spacious, creative laboratory, almost perfectly sealed off, except for the door that was visible at all times. Metaphorically speaking. I don't understand. It's like an equation, or a mirror puzzle. Anyway, the murderer could not have been hiding there. Take my word for it. Well, Simon did get in there somehow. He could perform far more impressive feats. There's a reason why the whole town revered him. Tell me honestly, dear Victor, did Simon exist at all? Bravo, Doctor! There's indeed a spark of genius to you. Alas, yes. Yes, he did. Alas? It's not that I would benefit from his death. Alas, for that would be too simple an explanation. Simon well and truly did exist. That's exactly what's left everyone in disarray. It was so hard for them to accept his existence that the thought of his demise is now driving them mad. Fair enough. What do you want from me then? Just take a look around. Trust your intuition. Do whatever you like. Speak to whoever you feel the need to. Look for the murderer, Doctor, and you will find them. Keep looking till the last breath. I am sure your rational thinking will help you. All right. Who among the townsfolk can help me with this? My daughter will advise you better here. Her name is Maria. For several days she's been obsessed with some design that is somehow related to your arrival. And yes, don't be surprised. She knew beforehand that you were coming. I'm not surprised. Really? That's good. Anyway, Maria believes that several bound people will play a special role in your fate. Before you leave this place, of course. Perhaps it is them you should ask for help first? First, I'll seek help from my dear colleague, Isidore Burach. Where does he live? I'll show you, but you must be careful. Simon's murderer, whoever they are, could not be an ordinary person. I can't imagine even being a person. I fear it could only be fate, wearing the guise of a mysterious monster. I will be careful. This is where Isidore Burach lives. The man that had brought me to this remote place. He's the last person that saw Simon Kine alive. My gentle associate, my selfless advisor, Isidore Burach, was the last person to see Simon Kine alive. If it wasn't for Burach's guidance, I never would have come to this backwards domain. All the more reason to start my pursuit with him. Yep. We're visiting Maria first, since we are here. I forgot her dress.
The Sabarov's weight is over. They've always wanted an heir.
Maria Caina. Andrei Stamatin's take on her. Maria is concealing her true power for the time being, but it has already become apparent that she will stop at nothing when the time comes. Her sheer power will justify any despotism that would spring for it. The brilliance of her talent is going to surpass even Nina's one day. Maria will be grabbing stars by the handful while sipping as magma. And that means there are still things in this world worth living and hoping for. Katerina's take. Whenever I imagine that this town is going to become when she grows up, I feel nothing but dread. It took a lot of us. It took all of us to hold Nina the Terrible back. Victoria, me, and even the Kinds themselves. Little Victoria will not be able to stand up to Maria on her own. I will not be staying in this world for much longer. And Victor adores her. So who will harness the midnight filly? You resemble an adventurer rather than a doctor. How is it that you know me? I saw you in a dream. Don't flatter yourself. My desires have nothing to do with that. I simply saw you take us all by the throat. What else did you see in that dream? I'll tell you when I think I can trust you. I hope that happens soon.
There's more life in me that can be lived.
Now listen closely. The time for collusions, secrets, and alliances has come. I am going to ask something of you. I am not used to that. I am used to holding the reins, but you are not harnessed, so it would be unacceptable to address you in this manner. I find solace in the fact that my request will be welcome with you, if it's the style of your venture. I am not an adventurer. My job is not venture. I hope it never becomes that one. I apologize if my words come across as mangled and silly. I am not used to asking, but the nature of my request demands complete and selfless humility. Just imagine me begging and kneeling, and believe me, I do feel that way. No need to kneel. What did you want to talk about? Today's death was the first. Simon has opened the score of irreplaceable victims. Soon their number will multiply. I beg you to preserve the lives of several people when the lines of their fortune cross you. Before any of them dies, there will be a moment when you will be able to intervene. I know that for a fact. Who are these people? That doesn't matter. What was destined to happen will happen. You can be whatever you want to be, but not a coward choosing to hear no evil and run away from reality. I will give you a list of those I know of. These people are bound to you. Bound? There's a tight sprint of power within each of these people. Each of them can break the routine of human existence and become something greater. They're standing at the verge of their humanity, gazing into the realm where they could serve a different, higher purpose without even knowing it. Moreover, they are bound to make the leap, in one way or another. That's why we call them simply the Bound. But how is their fate? Bound to mine. You said that my victory depended on them? How? I don't know. I am not a mistress yet. The future is not as clear to me as I would prefer, but I can feel the present. I can already distinguish a dubious guess from the pulse of the precise knowledge devoid of words and images. These people are bound to you. Your lives are connected. I wouldn't have asked you to take care of them otherwise. Are you clairvoyant or something? Ah, yes. You haven't been told, have you? It didn't even cross my mind that someone may be unaware of my abilities. No one here dares doubt them, for they are evident. Yes, the mistress of every ruling house possesses special abilities. I am learning to see the future and transform the present. The fact offers your words a different degree of authenticity. Will you comply with my request? Will you save the lives of people I name to you? Answer me, before going back to Eva. All right, if it's truly within my power. Okay, no, but how do you know that Eva had asked me to come back? I know Eva. She wants to safeguard you from nocturnal intrigues, doesn't she? She strives to touch the mysteries of our family, to learn the game we're playing. Well, talk to her. Perhaps you two will manage to uncover some bits and pieces of the Kain's dark conspiracy against humanity. But you haven't given me an answer. What will it be? I will do as you ask, Maria. My honor beats me to. And you'd better off not giving me check. You won't like me when I'm angry. Whatever happens, these people must live. Their fates are bound to me and to mine. They may as well hold the keys to my victory in their hands. Georgi Kain, Victor Kain, Andrei Stamatin, Peter Stamatin, Maria Kaina, Eva Jen, and Mark Immortal. Let's see if Maria has something else to say.
I often feel like someone's looking at us from the other side.
We, the Kains, have always been out of touch with mundane reality, but we are driven by love. Love can be furious, funny and blind. There's never a need to make excuses for it. Is it there? And what exactly did you see in that dream of yours, the one that had to do with me? A truly terrifying battle is ahead of you. If no one has ever told you about your fate, I will be the first. You must know that I admire you in advance, regardless of the outcome. You fight a foe that a few can defeat. Is this a prophecy? You will clash with your foe like a dragon slayer, but your weapon will turn against you. Striking at the beast, you will end up with your own flesh torn. Even a drop of blood you squeeze out of that hurt will turn into a gulp of yours. If your foe escapes you, penetrates you, or saddles you, you will hear malicious laughter in your ears, and my crestfallen weeping. So, it's about the murderer. Well, I will make them regret those tears, whoever they are. Oh, okay. Yeah. Just in case. There's something in particular we feel the urge to warn you about. When you speak to the bound, please choose your words carefully. Do not worry, you will be easily able to make out what kind of a person is standing before you, and observe a man that you are. So use that skill when dealing with the bound. Some of them are indeed worth insulting, whereas others need to be treated with utmost respect. I have no idea what you're talking about. Every line you utter will have consequences. News spread rapidly around here. If you spoil your reputation in one place, you'll have to reap what you sown in another. Restore your good name in the south, and you'll have a warmer welcome in the north. They will heed every word you said, and you will be rewarded. Not by means of money, I hope. A handful of money. It's not a dialogue fee, don't get me wrong. Never refuse to take small sums for money from the bound. That would not belittle you in any fashion, but would rather demonstrate that you appreciate the local customs. Alright, I'll keep local customs in mind. I think... Nah, he hasn't anything else to say. The town is small and rather unexceptional, isn't it? But there are all kinds of people here, the simple folk and the more remarkable ones. The former will tell you more than they know, the latter know way more than they're ever going to let out. Keep a close eye on them. Your victory depends on it. Who are these remarkable people? These are 20-something of them, easily distinguished by their lodgings or their presence. They are calling many names: the bound, the fate, the adherents, and the Gobostaglur, the town circle. Some will prefer their company to any other. Why? Because it is they that will decide the fate of this town. Don't be distracted by the fact that some of them look insignificant and disreputable. They will earn their worth. You just give them time. They are the most important joints of the town. Why are you telling me all this? Each day one of them will try death by the tooth. Each will put their life at risk. And each one that dies is important. Some of them may take the keys to victory to the grave. Mind that the keys are yours while the grave is theirs. Others will do the opposite. Don't waste your time to chance to condemn someone who might get in your way. How do you know what is helpful and what gets in the way? Oh, okay, alright. Dropping you more hints would be cheating. Shut it up now. Allow me to conclude then. Each one was you save will influence the finale of your adventure. Each of them has their own goals and motives. It may so that happen that those who seek a different ending survive, and then, well, you have been warned. Okay, I will take that into account and will be careful. And yeah, we're going, before we return to Eva, to our usual visit. Oh my goodness. At, I think it's Victoria's actually. Tomb. Yeah, this one's Victoria and that other is Nina. Oh! I was hoping for some bread, but I guess milk is okay. Let's see, because I'm never able to take it. Here. Oh, come on! I'm gonna check on something. Never mind. Nope. Not this, not this. Oops, not this either. Nope, nope. Neither this. Wait a second. Yes, I was looking for this. Let's see if I can... No, I cannot manage to get that freaking... Oh my god, this drives me insane. Never mind. I'll find another way. But yeah, we're returning to Eva. Eva! Yeah, we're going to return to Eva. Let's see what she tells us. And... yeah, I think I'll try the food thing some other time. But yeah, as far as I remember, I usually had a lot of problems picking this in Classic HD. So now we're going to talk to Eva and... Oops. Did I just... Oh, my old enemy getting stuck into geometry.
I had a feeling you would come.
Oh, wait. Maybe because I talked to her afterwards. Anyhow. I mean, because I talked to her before Alys Yulame. Anyhow, we're gonna make our way to Isidore. Yeah, it's definitely a strange sensation what I'm feeling. Playing this in the classic HD version and on the Steam Deck. Shit, everything's like pretty much more fluid, and yeah, as I said, it just looks so much better. I really cannot wait to do a proper run of Pathologic 2 here. It's gonna look so good. Just give me a second, I might need to check something. Yeah, we're here. But yeah, the best center is from there. So, there we go. And yeah, getting to enjoy the town quiet as it is today. Somewhat fresh-faced. And without having to deal with the troubles that Danko will have to deal with later. And without having to deal with the reputational troubles both Artemi and Clara have. That's delightful, actually. Yeah. I never checked how far did the stairs? Is it stairs for this type too? Or... Oh no, it's ladder. How far did that ladder go? And boy, does it go high. Okay. Yeah, let's get ourselves some stuff we will be able to trade. Because we all know this is going to be some 12 days, if we were to be honest. Okay, so... Oh, nice. And of course, there we are. A foul murder occurred here this night. No unauthorized access is allowed. Inspecting the crime scene is strictly forbidden until further notice. Who was killed? Well, you're not a local here, so you are unlikely to understand the loss we've suffered. Isidore Burach, a great surgeon, a benefactor to us all, and an all-around skilled dog. An outstanding man, beloved and well-respected by us locals. Does he really always have to be the very best? What a foul time to live in. I knew him. I'm a doctor too. Whoever killed our only dog must surely be looking to get us all killed. Isidore could cure anything. He also knew how to make cuts or incisions because he was a warden. He knew his lines alright. Like I said, it all makes sense. Whoever killed Simon took Isidore's life too. And this is merely the beginning. What makes you think the two cases are connected? Well, who could have the heart to attack such men? If you had asked me yesterday, I'd have told you that no one would dare inflict such an ugly wound on this town. But if there's someone, it has to be just that. Someone. Although it looks fishy if you ask me. That thing was no man, if that's what I think. Explain yourself. See, this murder's deal is all mysterious. There was a talon stuck in the victim's chest. Go ahead, bend your arm at the elbow, good sir. Yeah, like that. There you go. That's how long it was. It broke off. There was a dust on the floor, for the deceased have been a renowned step walker. And the dust was all covered in hoof steps, and like traces of a sharp bone, I guess? As if someone was using a walking stick around here. I'm telling you, it's her. The Shab Nagadir, the clay man-eater. I want to inspect the building. We've been assigned to this post by Alexander, the head of the Saburov family. His house is in decline right now, but it's still powerful and very much respected, for it is they that have been responsible for maintaining worldly order and public safety in the town since olden days. Please kindly address your concerns to him. There's the road. You just take the road up there and get to the cape. As for me, I'm not authorized to let you in. You should have said so from the start. The road. The Saburovs have been living here since the town was founded. Once a mighty and powerful clan, it only has two persons now, a governor devoid of any real authority, and his dying wife. Yeah. Didn't remember that this description was also in here, but it's tragic in the alpha, it's tragic in the 2005 version, and it's tragic in this one. No. Isidore Burak was murdered. The local authorities have sealed off his house. Alexander Saburov, the head of the Saburov family, has taken control of all proceedings regarding law and order of the town. The Saburovs are one of the three families that govern the town. Alexander was the person to take immediate measures after the discovery of Isidore's body. And yeah, we're going through here because you all know why. And yeah, we're gonna talk too. Oh dear, what have you done? How is it? That was no Shabnak, that was girl, a living girl. Get lost and never set foot here again. But in the fire she's not to burn, for she's made of clay. Wrong, all wrong. Harden she must and fall apart. What have you done, you dimwits? And yeah, let's talk to this guy here. Smells like burning flesh. A mistake then. Gotta keep looking. Come on, fellas, let's find the bitch. Haven't come by backbone yet. Where's the patrol? Have you murdered them too? And yeah, here's the patrol. And they're gonna be very useful for us. Because now we have a revolver and 5 rounds of bullets. And now, by the way, I'm gonna check on something. Ah, nice. The durability is nice. Yeah, we're going to meet Alexander and Katerina. Oh, by the way. Hello, you? Aren't you a lively girl? Shall we barter, perhaps? Nope. Apparently, I don't have enough stuff to barter yet. Let's see. Also, is it just me, or have I noticed something? Yeah, that's something I must need to check. But yeah, now I'll tell you. It's in regards to the possibility of finding kids, especially the tiniest ones. And I just realized that, as far as I remember, the tiny boy and the tiny girl, we only find them in the center part of the town. I might need to check on further. Wow, it really does look different. Anyhow.
Neither the sun nor death can be looked at without winking. Who said that?
I have no idea. Alexander Saburov. Julia Luricheva's take on him. He is a husband worthy of his wife. Whatever power each of the ruling houses possesses is predicated upon a kind of dependable amalgamation between the preternatural power wielded by the mistress and the magisterial injunctions issued by the head of the family. However, Katerina is known to be sterile, which leaves Saburov with nothing but brute domineering. As soon as the moment is right, Saburov will attempt to seize absolute administrative power. In doing so, he will compensate himself for the debilitating misery of his spouse. Again, and well, we all know what happens in day 2, do we? Rubin's take. Alexander is a hero. When fire broke out in the Skinners, he took a pike pole into his own hands to break into burning houses, save people, and put out fire. That's just how it was. Curiously enough, he kept his incognito back then and emerged from the ordeal unrecognized. Neither did he flaunt his feet later. The truth came out accidentally. That is a very typical situation. Alexander is just that, an everyday hero who often demands no credit. It is a very unique kind of heroism. And yeah, I insist, even if the text is still a handful, good lord, improvement on quality of life for yours truly. Okay, so I finally get to see you. Yes, you really do look like a messenger of sorrowful times. In any case, welcome to the road. Our meeting is quite significant in a way. Facing the changes with open eyes and taking their first blow is my duty. Do you think we are on the verge of an especially unhappy era? No grim events have clouded our existence since last summer. The country has cured its war wounds. Commercial communications have been repaired. Astrologists expect nothing ill. Do you hold the astrologist's opinions in high regards? Who do I have the pleasure of speaking to, sir? I am a ruler. Astrology can be very curious, but I cannot allow it to influence my decisions. I have to act accordingly to factual circumstances. Would you agree? Definitely.
They say hitting hard is a good enough start.
So you've come to meet with Simon, haven't you? What can I do for you now? I was actually invited by Isidore, so I came to meet him with him first and foremost. But now it turns out that he's been murdered yet. Yes. It looks like the murder is always one step ahead of you, doesn't it? The same one that took Simon's life, too. At least that's what the conclusion suggested by the information at my disposal. Same pattern, same signature. Were there any traces? Look, I haven't been there myself. I'm quite content with interrogating suspects, especially since we already know who we are after. You can join the hunt, by the way. I can describe his features. Who is it then? You wouldn't believe it. His own son. The fellow came back after being away for quite a while. His father has sent him to study surgery when he was but a greenhorn. Quite a lot he has learned, oh? A wandering scholar turned evil to the bone. All that to just grab the inheritance. Wait, how did you figure that out? In all honesty, it's hard to explain to an outsider like you. Do you believe in such a thing as clairvoyance, Bachelor? Of course I do. Well, you should get to know my wife then. Or better yet, those who already have already had the opportunities to witness the power of her prophecies. Former doubters first and foremost, rationalist. She's got something to say to you too, by the way. So you do have rationalists in the town? Except for me, that is. There are very few good analysts in our town. Everyone is more or less superstitious here, except for one Yulia Lyurisheva, perhaps, a most level-headed and reasonable person. The only person to remain skeptical about Katerina's talents, too. Without the shadow of a doubt, she has her own picture of events. She always does. What is this Yulia? She came here with an engineering team when the town was being rebuilt. Did logistics or maybe communications, not sure. They said she's a true expert in her field. Smart, yes. A polymath. Then the team left, but she stayed. She has my respect, but not my fondness. Very well, I'll speak to this Julia. The Trammel, Julia Luisha's house. The intelligent Julia lives here. She may be my only ally in my attempt to put the fairy tales of this backwash place to the test of algebra and physics. If this Julia Luisheva is genuinely capable of rational thought, then she's more astute than the majority of the contemporaries in this town. There are those who would believe that if I am unable to pinpoint the murderer by nightfall, then I am destined to become the next victim. If my encounter with death is so inevitable, then I should prepare myself for it. As ludicrous as it may be, the thought sends a chill down my spine. Just in case. Yeah, apparently.
What?
Oh, shut up, Alexander. Yeah, we're gonna go talk to Katerina. Just in case, because I'm not sure. But she might tell us something interesting.
It's true. The girl has proven that she's a saint, not a killer.
Okay. Katerina Saburova. Aspiti's take on her. A queen turned witch. That's what you get for dabbing with the spirits of the night. After Nina died, Katerina shamefully rushed to take the place of Dark Mistress. The burden of caring for the town was victorious, so petty games were still allowed. She got carried away though. Rumor has it, she needs daily morphine injections and welcomes cold-skinned visitors in her alcove at night. Lara's take. Katerina took a hard hit and managed to pull through. Who could survive between Nina's rock and Victoria's hard place? That's how the town worked back then. Upon this rock, Nina was forging it, while Victoria maintained a firm stance to keep it in check.
Katerina was the one to ensure the balance was in place. I also admire how much Alexander and she love each other. They could have been the grand kings of old, noble, resolute, and honest. Now is simply the wrong time for them. The only proper way for a duel to end is with the death of one of the fighters. That's what the battles are supposed to be. Any conflict that has two sides inevitably turns into a battle of good and evil.
Why are you telling me this?
I'm not speaking metaphorically or metaphysically. I'm talking about a very particular battle. You are one of the combatants, Bachelor Dankowski. Do you favor good or evil?
I favor winning.
Spoken like a true warrior. I truly wish you victory, Bachelor, even though I doubt there can be a victory at all in this battle.
Thank you.
It is as if my temples were pierced with needles. Do something.
You are a brave man, Bachelor Dankowski.
Why?
This fight is very unlikely to end in your favor. Does a client bomb manipulator leave traces of the kind you've witnessed? It's only a spell, an illusion. They just prefer to see it this way. It makes it easier for them.
Fight is too big a word. I'm merely assisting Georgi in his efforts to find the murderer.
I'm sorry to break it to you, but you will have to fight to the death. Even if it were a metaphor, the ending is still unambiguous. You don't find out what happened before nightfall.
You will die. How do you know all this?
I'm clairvoyant.
What's the nature of your visions?
This should not be your primary concern at the moment. You should concern yourself with the number of minutes you have left, and that number is dwindling. I don't throw predictions around. Others will tell you how often they have come true. Do heed my words.
Fine. So yeah, now we go and see Julia. Because we still have a lot to do. Yeah, let's be frank. I'm still very much delighted by how good everything looks. Okay.
This girl is a changeling. She's not the murderer.
Julia Lurisheva. Eva Jan's take on her. Julia is a very smart person. I could never match her intelligence. She's quiet and humble and perfect. She also possesses a very unique kind of spiritual austerity and purity. She sets the bar higher for herself than for the rest. Julia has a very intricate way of thinking. I could never learn to think like she does.
Lara's take.
I find Julia very nice, but I can't stand the way she thinks. The fatalism of hers is depressing and crushing, and it's appalling to see a mind that based its theories upon a false foundation. I believe that any predetermination is an insult to the freedom of choice. I guess it all goes back to the past, when she worked with the Dream Party. Interesting. I seem to have lost any capacity for observation. My mind is out of tune. Things no longer add up. Before, I had no trouble forming a trustworthy tessellation of the most imperceptible contingencies. Now, I simply cannot get my head around it. Could it be that I am dying? The steppe air is way too thick. I think that's what caused it. Oh no, Erba Twirina is in blossom, I grant you, but then it blooms every year. Every year the steppe is filled with stupefying vapors. The issue I am having, however, has nothing to do with fatigue or perplexity. It's just that I've lost my ability to make distinctive events coincide. What herb is that? No matter what preternatural traits the locals ascribe to it, twire is all heady aroma, a bunch of superstitions and remarkably little else. It has psychoactive powers after a fashion, but then so does simple wormwood. Visions caused by ingestion of belladonna or dim sum wheat are much more fascinating than what twire has to offer. It's a pity I'm not a botanist.
Yes.
So you have traveled all the way here only to find that both people you wanted to see were brutally murdered? Is this how the story goes? I hope that your visit is not in any way related to these most unfortunate circumstances. I have to find whoever is it that killed Isidore and Simon, and I wanted to ask for your help. Saburov told me that you have a gift for all manner of investigative inquiry. I am certainly no better investigator than you. I've never had a chance to search for a murderer before. The best I can offer to fill in the blanks with whatever mysterious supernatural entities seem most fitting. Sharnagatieri is the simplest man's scarecrow. I would have followed a different narrative. Oh, what kind of narrative? Consider the circumstances of the death. They said someone had locked himself up in the evening and consequently died in the morning inside the mansion. It is a chamber with some peculiar name. In this case, I would suggest that Simon was poisoned. By the Kynes, I would have thought, but I know their family all too well. Their mutual loyalty is only rivaled by the arrogance towards anyone who is not one of them. They hold the princely sage who stands at the head of their family in the highest esteem. They believe that a single dishonorable act will tarnish the name for generations to come. I doubt any of them would have stooped to this, no matter whether they wanted or not. But did they want to do it, I mean? In all likelihood, they did. Their respect for Simon was nothing compared to the adoration felt by the common townspeople. After all, every kind suffers the same kind of benign insanity that leads to people pursuing their own fantasies. A little else other than this. This influence is something that Simon would likely stand in the way of. So you think the cause of death is poison? I don't believe you understand what he died in focus really implies. Do you know what the kinds refer to as focus? You don't seem to grasp the semantics of the term. These are the kinds for you. These kinds of innuendos are their forte. Well, what is this focus then? The focus is anything but an abstraction. Quite the opposite, in fact. It is governed by mathematically rigid regularities. You see, no one but the owner of a focus may get inside. This can only mean that Simon had brought the killer with him, or rather, within him, since no physical object may be found into the focus either. How do you know that? Who doesn't? The Kynes are notoriously passionate about all manner of synthetic anomalies. They will never pass out the opportunity to devise a Kunststück that will allow them to wrap space, challenge physics, or manipulate objects. Metaphysically, a focus can be compared to a camera obscura. Do note that the name is not unfitting. No, it is entirely impossible for someone to get inside. A curious conclusion, but an incorrect one. Simon was disfigured and bleeding. His bones were broken. Is that so? Well, this does introduce a different perspective. Did you say that Simon was the last person... Oh, sorry, Isidore was the last person to see Simon? The question is, who did he see before? The sun had not yet set when Isidore returned from the step. However, he came to Simon well after midnight. The question naturally arises, where did he spend the missing few hours? That is why I'm trying to trace Isidore's steps. I want to walk the same route. Don't get me wrong though. Was Isidore seen by Saburov by any chance? He warned Saburov of an upcoming storm. I cannot remember if we actually saw this in the... But anyhow. Alright, let me suggest then that while he was in the steppe, he saw or learned something and that he wanted to report to all three ruling families. In this case, either of the Olginsky family should have been on his itinerary, especially since Burak was one of their own men. Really? Definitely. The bull project, from the abattoir to the railway, is controlled by the Olginsky family. If Isidore's discovery had anything at all to do with the cane, Isidore would have certainly relayed it to Blood. So make sure you pay a visit to the lamp. That's the name of the Olginsky mansion. Another fitting name, wouldn't you agree? Thank you, Julia. What would I do without you? This is the lamp, the mansion belonging to the Olginskys, a family of factory owners. The 50-year-old Vladislav, his house father, is called Vlad the Heavy by the locals for his bad temper. Yep. I am following in Isidore's wake, certain that the trail of his footsteps will lead me to the crucible. There's little doubt in my mind that Isidore was well acquainted with each and every family in power. But it was Olginsky that held Isidore's leash, a relationship rooted in unbreakable familial loyalty. It is with the Olginskys that I must make my next destination. Yes. But we're going to talk further to Julia, and I'm going to ask her the most important question. Do you like Ibayan? Very much. It wouldn't be much of a stretch to say I absolutely admire her. Weird, I expected you to have a different opinion of her. She dons the mask of absent-minded promiscuity, but this pose has nothing to do with what she really is. I'd be happy to be friends with her, but she does not understand me, and rightfully so, considering her eminence. I can't believe my ears. Sooner or later, a fervent believer may emerge from within her, dissolving her completely in the object of her adoration, after which she will probably kill herself, but I'd rather talk no more of that. Alright. Let's check if she has something more.
It's natural. Simon was doomed.
Oh, well, now that I think of it, I haven't read this. So, you have traveled all the way here only to find that both people you wanted to see were brutally murdered? Is this how the story goes? I do hope that your visit is not in any way related to these most unfortunate circumstances. I doubt I can do it on my own. Tell me, plain and simple, what do you make of all this? So I have heard. A wisecrack I know says that while you are trying to complete the portrait of the killer is busy painting yours. Hilarious, it is not? The hunter becomes the hunted. However, to put it bluntly, you have become the keynote of this particular plot. The intrigue is so rich it will keep you busy for a week, if no longer than that. What would you do if you were me? If you want my advice, I wouldn't trust what our feudals tell you. The perpetual triangle of influence means that every party concerned will do their best to use your authority to their own benefit. I'm not that conceited. Perhaps people of lower standing would not try to use me. It is more likely that people of such standing will be too much scared to cooperate. Given your position, you may want to try your luck with the shadow cabinet of local nobility, the women of influence. They know much more than the simple townsfolk, yet they care much less than the families in power. And who are these lady aristocrats? Lady aristocrats. Such a way of saying it will be of relevance strictly within the specific context of values and perceptions characteristic of a backwoods hall like ours. The catch is that the aristocracy is not defined by birthright here. Rather, the status is granted by the degree of enigmatic fascination that a woman is possessed of, questionable background, audacity of the manner. You know, this whole assortment. Do tell me who these affluent ladies are. Lara, Eva, yours truly, and at last but not least, Maria. I wouldn't listen to Katerina if I were you. Her morphine habit has turned her into a walking corpse. The others, however, are liable to deceive. You don't like being lied to, do you? I can't stand it. It is better to die than to lie. I see. Perhaps you like being played with, then. Even less so. In this case, Maria seems to be your best bet. She's too arrogant to lie, and too respectful to dare play with you. You should value the affection of someone this proud. But I digress. What is your intended course of action? I need to think. If you please. I will ask more questions if something else crosses my mind, especially since you are one of the lady aristocrats. Letter? Nah, not really. Ah, nothing else. Just like to make sure. I've yet to meet anyone who can help me in the slightest way to find the killer. Do you have any relevant experience? Do you know how a murderer may be found? Not really, but I am the killer of all killers in my laboratory. Incidentally, it is more than possible that the killer is hiding in the house of an angel, a thespian of sorts. Now, there's another woman worthy of attention. In fact, I heard some ghastly man covered in blood was seen entering her house today. Oh, yes. What kind of woman is this an angel? I struggle to imagine a person whose name is less reflective of her inner self. An unforgiving description. Unforgiving but fair. Anna affects to the suffering, but her hypocrisy is all too easy to see through. If she was genuinely wanted for the February riots or for the caravan, she would have been found years ago. She manages to trick her destiny for now, but her luck will run dry soon. What? What caravan? The Ace of Diamonds caravan. It left a ghastly imprint on her, the way it did with everything it came close to. Still, I am not entirely positive whether Anna has trouble with the caravan or not. She is a singer, allegedly, and the caravan comprises entertainers of different persuasions. But is she really an actress? That remains to be seen. What seems peculiar is how artificial and how contrived this dark secret appears to be, as if it were a disguise. What could she be afraid of? She lives in a mansion that once belonged to a family of exiles whose political views led him to a far town like ours. Because of some ill-conceived sense of camaraderie, they were happy to give shelter to a runaway actress. As soon as she told them she was being persecuted by the powers that be. A few years later, they died. Suspiciously, if you ask me, leaving Willow Mellow, their daughter, in the care of their companion. Willow died soon thereafter. Mysteriously? They all died of natural causes, allegedly, even though Willow was buried in a tightly closed coffin. The body was examined by Isidore Burach. However, and he is not a man who would cover up a crime. Anyway, you would do good to take a look at the house yourself. The mansion is known as the Willows. It stands by the gullet, in earth. Anna. Well, I'll get to know her. The Willows serves as the residence for a singer called Anna. Her last name, Angel, has a curious ring to it. Julia believes that the suspected murderer may be hiding here. I'm fairly sure. Yeah, there's some more stuff. Oh, goodness dear, I don't even know what's happening. Ah, yeah. Lara Rabel lives here. According to Julia Lurisheva, a decent amount of local social events revolve around the girl. Her connections may prove to be invaluable. Okay, nothing else. Let's go. We're going first to Anna, then to the... or maybe we're going Lara, Anna, Olgin's case. Lara, Anna, Olgin's case. That'll be... Version. The blood-covered fugitive. Could it be that the killer is hiding in the Willows, where the single Anna Angel resides? After all, someone covered head to toe in fresh blood was recently offered shelter there.
This girl is a changeling. She's not the murderer.
Could you tell me about Lara? I'd rather not speak on the matter. You will know Lara enough as soon as you meet her. My relationship with her is complicated. Why is that? They say that Lara is an angel, an epitome of benevolence and compassion. She sees everyone as a friend. She is too eager to help, too happy to oblige. After her father died, she turned the Rabel mansion into the most hospitable and heartwarming place in town. Long story short, Lara is believed to be the kindest woman of us all. However, that's not true. She's a woman devastated by grief. All the gifts she's so happy to give away are, fundamentally, offerings to a dead person. She favors the living with something the dead have no use for. Who is the addressee? Could it be her late father? This is merely a speculation, though. Something I was able to conjecture from what observations I made. Solar is no angel. Her philanthropy is almost reprehensible. She pities everyone she comes across, for she knows they will all die just like her dearly departed. She sees a corpse in everyone she looks upon. I can't say I appreciate it, but that being said, she will certainly be of great help to you and your inquiry. I see. Well. I think I have nothing else to ask, Julia?
The most subtle.
Nah, not really. Let's go. Yeah. And now we make way to see my baby girl Lara, my daughter, my wife, my everything. Okay. There we go. Okay. Better if I don't get stuck. And there she is.
A town like this can't give birth to a killer.
Lara Rebel. Capella's take on her. She's the kindest person I know. Lara has taught me how to give presents, which is an intricate art in and of itself. The first thing she cares about is other people. The last is Lara Rebel herself. She lives for her friends. I also was fond of her father. The year before last, he volunteered as a 4th Army captain. Yes, I mean the 4th Army. Stanislav Rubin's take. After Captain Rebel was shot in the Battle of Castor Forts, newly orphaned Lara turned her father's house into the shelter. The house that has been built by Olginsky in exchange for a favor. She's both sensitive and sensible, a rare combination in our neck of the woods. You're the person that came to Maria Caina in a dream. I recognize you straight away. My name is Lara Bell, and this is the shelter. You are always welcome here. Why is your house called the shelter? Well, it is empty at the moment because everyone is grief-stricken, but I usually have a lot of guests. The doors of this home are always open for my friends and for the friends of my friends, day and night. You are very kind. Let's be friends now. I prefer being friends with everyone. Why are there so few people out in the street? Everyone is either sleeping or dreaming. The other tries something else this year. You can't get away from it. Neither walls, nor cloth, nor glass can help you escape the mind-numbing vapor. Does your head ache? Badly. It's nice that you can sleep all day at times like this, but the nightmares are horrible. I can only imagine what kind of hell the mistresses are going through. The mistresses? The mistresses of the town. We call them the dream mistresses. Paina, Olgimskaya, and Saburova. Now, after Victoria's and Nina's departure, it's their daughters who are trying to see the future. They are far less impressive than their mothers for now, of course. Maria is probably the best. It's good to see children continuing the life work of their parents. Why are you frowning?
My heartbeat is
Oh.
uneven. I am sick at heart.
I lost the last sentence, sorry.
I know you're a doctor, a wonderful one at that, a celebrity medic. Everyone in our small town knew that a famous doctor was coming here. I'm very glad you really have, because I wanted to do a certain good thing. Can I ask a favor of you?
Please do.
A few years ago, the child death threat went through the roof here. 6 people died in a week. 10 or so came down with serious illnesses. It made us worried, but unfortunately, we couldn't find the cause straight away back then. Then in the end, it turned out that the children were dying because of a game.
What in the world? What kind of a game kills children?
They were playing, what did they call it? Well, it was some kind of medical game. They were stealing medicine from the adults and making some diabolical mixture of it. Then they healed each other with it. Back then the game just faded into obscurity, but now I heard they were contemplating doing it again. Someone has already been poisoned.
But what can I do? I'm no poison specialist. I can do an examination, of course, but... Just give me a second.
No. It's much simpler. There's a house somewhere in the town, either abandoned or just unoccupied. That's where they play hospital. That's where they store their horrible mixtures. Please, use your standing and your celebrity name to put an end to this game. Capella, Olgimsky's daughter, believes that the house will be unlocked today.
I'll do my best, of course. How can I find the house?
Capella mentioned it's next to one of the ruins. My friend couldn't hear them properly. Have you seen those stone stairways to heaven? I think you might even be able to see the house you're looking for from Imogen's window. But most importantly, it should be unlocked.
Do people from around here even leave their own doors unlocked?
In exceptional cases or emergencies, yes, we do. But generally, houses are supposed to be locked up because they are occupied by several families. People aren't that scared of losing their own belongings, but they care about their neighbors. And now that everyone's so afraid of the man-eater, of course everything's locked. In that case, it won't be too hard to find. Version: The Many-Legged Fugitive. What kind of games are the local children playing? Lara is worried about them. Or is she worried about the mysterious murders they seem to have discovered? It would put her mind at ease if I could get my hands on it and wrest it away from them. I know where they keep it. If I can see it stashed from my window in the still water, in a house by the staircase ring. Let's see if Lara has something else.
They say Ripper was caught.
No, not really. So there we go. Okay, so yeah, if it's the same that I remember, I certainly hope I'm not running out of batteries or my keyboard is suddenly deciding not to work, but I am not even sure. Much better, I think. But yeah, it's... Man, everything looks so great. And yeah, as I insist, even if I still get stuck while reading. Okay, it's either this one or the one on the other side. So we're going to have a look. Yeah, I'm going to save. I'm like, man, this is so much better. This is running so much more smoothly. Okay, it's the other one. Yeah, because I didn't check in here. There we are. By the way, a knife? Just give me a second. Yes. Yes. I am a terrible person. I love stealing. And mind you, it's going to take some deeply supreme efforts to get the smolder. If the way I actually worked with the bottles is anything to go by, well, hello? Hello? Oh, come on. May I inquire how you found this place, sir? By accident. Why do you look so funny? We children are funny creatures, half human, half something else. Our inner world is off limits to the adults. You can see our real faces just as you can touch our dreams, which is why we need these scary heads. See how it works? I see that you are here and have no idea why that is. We're playing here, rehearsing actually, looking for something. We need it for the game. Nothing special, just some junk. That doesn't sound too convincing. I'm not a man to be trifled with, little scamp. I know everything. Well, I can be fixed now anyway. Alright, I'll tell you. Who knows, perhaps you will even be of help. The kids are in danger. We've come to get smothered, but some randomly has looted the cache. Maybe it was Capella's doing. She probably distributed that among her minions, the pagan. I don't understand a thing. How is it dangerous? The little ones are playing Epidemic again. They wanted to get their hands on this damn Smother sober match. So now we need to catch the kiddies, and I mean all the kiddies in the town one by one, and pry the Smothers from their hands. See, the common opinion is that Smothers can cure all kinds of ailments and stuff, but in truth, they're deadly. Why were they produced in the first place then? Another would be severely poisoned. They'll be bedridden for a week or so, and that's it. But the spell's doomed for little kids. How are children supposed to cure themselves then? Children? All children should come to our polyhedron. They'll be safe here. The polyhedron? The spectacular tower on the other side of the river. There's no death, no grief, no boredom, and no disease there. That is proven for certain. Only dumbheads leave it voluntarily, if you ask me. You have to be an absolutely thick and heartless creature, lacking any semblance of imagination to refuse something of the sort. Alright, I get the general gist. Yes! Yes! Yes, I need the bread! Yes! And there it is. Smolderino. Yes! I got it! First try. I cannot. Okay, I am just going to do something. Because I do not trust myself. Okay, so yeah, we return to Lara, we tell her we found nothing. Hello? Yeah. And then we go to the Kimskis. And then to Anna. Though maybe there'll be something between the Kimskis and Anna. Little girl? Niña chiquita? Now that's an image I didn't expect. Yeah, enough. That was something. Okay. Another little girl, and this one hopefully will not give me a weird image while trading. Because that was very weird.
Hello, Lara.
Dogs are howling. Why?
Well, I found it. Unfortunately, the cache has already been looted. Oh, the terror! And there were no smothers there. Or maybe.
I think I'm fading. My clothes are worn and
I'm just fairly curious because I think I've never given her the smother. We will reload after this.
they say Ripper was caught.
I found one specimen of the smothers. I'm going to examine it. Give it to me. Let's throw it to the fire. I'll reimburse you for this loss. Well, fine. Let it be as you wish. And let's see. The smother turned out to be a lethal mixture of power medicaments. Lar was smart to burn it, but I can't help feeling I should have kept it. The children were adamant that these smothers are absolutely essential in some cases. To be honest, it's much better to keep the smother. So yeah.
They say Ripper was caught.
So I found it. I found one specimen of the smothers and I'm going to examine it. Give it to me. Let's throw it into the fire. I'll reimburse you for this. Loss. No. I'll keep it for myself. Somehow I feel it may be of use later. I decided to keep the potion of smother for myself. I have a strange feeling it might be useful soon enough. Ah yeah. Look at this pretty box. We've come a long way from the packet that you see there and that was used in the alpha. I will overwrite this one. You wouldn't happen to have another smother? Perhaps pumpkin? No. Oh, okay. Wait a sec. Don't even know what I did, sorry. Oh, okay, so yeah, we're making our way. Okay, an empty bottle is required. To, you know. The... No, wait, we need to go further east. Because we're making our way to the suburb. No, the Olgimskis. Okay. Oh, wait a second. Is that a little girl I spy on the horizon? Yes. Hello, little girl. Thank you, little girl. And yeah, here we go to see Señor Blood. Con el corazón de perro. Hello, Señor Blood.
Beasts. I shouldn't have indulged their whims.
Blood Olgimski. Alexander's take on him. Blood is a cunning and unfriendly man. Dealing with him is tough. I find it odd that he runs the king so smoothly. Civilized people can't usually find a common tongue with our steppe people. You have to turn into beasts regularly in order to communicate with them. I think they've stricken some sort of secret pact. This piece has to have a hefty price. Victor's take. The town prospers thanks to his acumen. He watches over the arteries and has a film hold over the economy. The abattoir, the factories, the warehouses, the trading processes themselves are completely under his control. Saburov and I have long abandoned our attempts to interfere with his domain. We don't have the slightest idea of the Wolves Project's day-to-day life. I wouldn't be surprised to find out one day that Vlad has installed slavery there. Pretty much. Ah, Bachelor Dankowski, of course. Who else could be so dapper? I heard a lot about you. Have you taken a look around? Be sure to check the state of the industry around here. We have our own ways. How curious! And what is the current state of your industry? Come now. It's a complicated establishment with 1,000 years of history. A special approach is required to control such a colossus. See where I'm getting at, emissary? It would be pointless to object. I can see we're not really seeing eye to eye. The project is special. Very special. That means common standards do not apply here. That would be very naive. We'll come back to that.
Yes?
Yes, getting everything back on track won't be an easy task. I'd like to inquire about the fate of my colleague Isidor Burach, about the manner of his death, to be precise. What are you implying? What is this manner you're talking about? Be so kind as to mind your own manners. I had nothing to do with it. Don't they say that Isidor was murdered by a step demon? A Shabnakadir? There was that thingy, a talon they fished out from the wound. I can take this from kids and weirdos, but you, a respectable negotiant. It's hard for you to believe, isn't it? It used to be hard for many. Take my boy, for example. A scoffer if I've ever seen one. And now even he believes it's real. He went off his head a bit. You're in the step now, stem shirt, eastern and backwards. The dead rise from their graves here, clay dummies dance, and bulls talk. Does he know that the step well, that son of yours? He rubs elbows with the rabble, the butchers, the donkeys, shepherds, and gatherers, learns their tongue, collects their legends. He doesn't keep them in check at all. They even dare to come visit here within the premises of the town. If you see a worm creeping through the streets, it's definitely looking for my son. Oh, what's wrong with them visiting the premises of the town? They're dangerous, they're aggressive, and they hate everyone who isn't a step person. They'll jump and kill you on the spot. They'll tear you up with their teeth and devour your flesh while you're still throwing fists at them. So, if they've spotted within the town, countermeasures are taken. So, what of your son? Perhaps he could tell me more about this creature. Hold your horses. You want to talk to my blockhead? No, you have nothing to talk about. He's not here. Thankfully. I don't want you two to meet. You heard me? These are tradesman's work, and I stick to them. Yes, undoubtedly. Yeah. Don't even know what's happening with my mouse. Let's see. Here's much better. A cunning lot, aren't they? The older Gamesky does his best to avoid any mention of his household. When I asked him what his son was doing, the honorable stock breeder momentarily lost his temper. I think that the son knows just as much as the father, and it will be easier to get him talking. But where can I find him? Okay, let's see.
So my Haruspex is the Ripper? Funny.
Funny. How do you think Simon died? I don't think he was murdered. How could he who craved monocracy not perish? He couldn't, not in this place. Balance requires equilibrium. So Simon's course of actions contradicted you? Come now. What I'm saying is, when someone takes too much upon themselves, they always end up ground down. That's how life works. But there were signs of another worldly visitor that night, weren't there? Simon has lived a very long life. Very long. He's a worthy man. But long doesn't mean eternal, does it? No one is to blame for his death. Examine the body. You see it for yourself. It just happened. Cain won't let me examine the body. Well, that is temporary, a family tradition. He's not lying to you. He truly believes Simon was murdered. Were he to afraid and were he to admit, that Simon simply died of death, he'd probably go to his last home himself. The shock would be too much for the man. That's strange. Georgi Kane didn't appear sentimental to me.
Someone.
Isidore came to see you last night. Don't try to deny it. So, what if he did? So what if he did? I am also aware that you two have been talking about. All I want to know is why he left to see Simon afterwards. Oh my. Pray forgive me. So he wanted to bring me to heel, that traitor, that bastard. Well, what he asked for was for me to stop the factory. How could I not kick him out? What were his reasons? His reasons? The bastard. He reasoned that he'd pay a visit to my daughter. He knows very well how to pull my strings. Well, I told her to lock the door, so away he went, none the wiser. Oh, the bastard. So he went to Simon, no? Thank goodness my loafer of a son is hanging around somewhere. Or else, he could have... Could have what? Oh? That, my dear and respectable friend, is none of your business. It will be our business in the future, we know it. My property, like I said, is in order. See the skin and meet delivery reports. Do you know how hard? No way. It is my domain, whether anyone riots or not. And I have my way with them. I see, you're the big guy here. Oh my goodness, please. Walk, for goodness sake, what is... Okay, there you are. Yeah, we're gonna... Ah, there he is. Where did he go? Ah, yeah, he's going this way. We'll probably visit Capella later. And yeah, you all know what's going to happen, don't we? Anyhow, let's get to Bloody Doom before Theodongi becomes crazy. Hello, Bladito. Just give me a second. I need to breathe. Okay. You found me here? Well, I'm not surprised. I suppose that you're not too surprised by the fact that everyone knows about you either. The rumor of your arrival spread like fire. What have you come? I've come for some sightseeing. There was a peculiar incident yesterday by the spleen. The children were playing in the mud as usual, but then suddenly they ran away from the sandbox and the parents noticed that their hands were smothered in blood. However, none of them were wounded, neither were any of them surprised. What's the solution to the puzzle? When the worried adults came to the place where the children had been playing, they found nothing unusual there, only sticks and stones. What do you make of it? You children play peculiar games. Your children play peculiar games. Nice to meet a person of a skeptical mind. I am Vladislav Volgimsky, the younger, of course, and you are, of course, Daniel Dankowski. Yes, that is me. No, nice to meet you. I prefer nice to meet you.
Katerina thinks Claire is a messenger from heaven.
Oh, which
Yeah, right.
reminds me, Vlad the younger. Lara Bell's take on him. Why does not Bunny notice how hardworking he is? He works all the time. Everything he does it for the family, even if his father won't admit it. Yes, he chose to study the king instead of the intricacies of economy, and he already knows it way better than his father. He'll grow to be a better manager and better ruler that would make without a whip, violence, abuse, victims, and riots. Vlad Olgimsky's take. A high stepper. Instead of settling down and helping me manage the industry, he'd rather dabble in the local fairy tales. The loafer's most refined skill is wasting my money. He's rather was rather quick-witted when it comes to business. I'll grant him that. All the more shame for him casting everything on his father. And to think he'll look after me. Bachelor, I have news for you that should prove to be of interest. You seem to be looking for the killer, right? I'm listening. I'll have to briefly explain a few things to you. Have you already been told what the Termitary is? No, I haven't. The Termitary is a large bunkhouse where the Route project workers live. Although living is the wrong term of it. They nest. The nesting is a commune with a rather simple way of life. It could, without reservation, be called savage. What is the Bull Project? It is the whole industrial system of the town, from the abattoir to the goods station. Would you care to listen as to why I wanted to see you in the first place? Very much so. Go ahead. Please go ahead. Let's get to the point then. A case of pointless, aimless unrest has occurred in that hive man's nest. The workers there are prone to lashing out from time to time, like beasts frightened by a storm. They rage, they howl, they gnaw at one another. An unsightly image of mice uprising. And what does it have to do with Simon's murder? Riots occurred in the Termitite several times before. The mob goes crazy for a few days. They calm down just unexpectedly, all of them at once. The sudden calm is just as void of reason as the unrest that has set them agog previously. Having a certain experience with the king, we simply block the entrance to this zoo until the riot defeats itself. And we usually lock them up beforehand. The evidence of an incoming of mass lunacy becomes obvious in advance, and the Demeter's father superior informs us of it. But Father Taichik had recently passed. A curious coincidence. Don't you think? Mass anarchy. Anyway, a member of the king managed to run off into the town while they were busy taking measures. You think he's the killer? I think you and I can help each. Oh no, this was the one in Aspiti's place. Never mind. I think you and I can help each other, Doctor. You're looking for the killer. I'm sure it is a runaway butcher. The life of a half-man suits him very nicely. The kinds claim that Simon had not been killed by a human hand, don't they? And our family doesn't need unnecessary unrest in the town. This butcher can babble devil knows what. His mind is more likely clouded with an insane idea. So you'd rather he kept mum about what is happening inside? Oh, okay, you're correct. They barely know how to speak, but that only makes it worse. Half man, half beast. If they start preaching, you feel as though you've encountered a doomsayer. I'd much rather encounter the doomslayer. I need this butcher to disappear. Hand him over to the kinds or simply kill him if the beast attacks you. The reward will be hefty. Very well, I'll look into it. Where can I find him? He was likely being harbored in a suspicious house. That is in the crude sprawl. Yes, my father is a man of rather hard-handed disposition and quick-tempered to boast. If he finds out that the crude sprawl is concealing a fugitive, he will make a mess. Pointless brutality serves no one. I'm holding for peace rather than blood. I'm looking for peace rather than blood, sorry. I'm telling you. I'll do my best to make sure you're right. Show me the house. And yes, it's Ospinas. Vlad the Younger is more than eager to get rid of this some beast-like troublemaker. I wonder what the creature whose murder could not be considered a crime looks like. Okay, let's see.
There's this thing that needs to be done.
What do you think about Simon's death? It is known that Simon had limited his social activity just before his departure. He only listened to visitors. I know nothing of the first. The second was none other than Isidor Burach. The fact that he was killed in the same night makes you think, doesn't it? Well, the Alginses weren't exactly delighted with Isidor, were they? You are correct. I am willing to admit it, as you can see. Were I not absolutely positive that my father is innocent, I would have never confessed to it, even though we shared a mutual distaste for one another. Father needed Isidor. He was of much use for him. And that is the ultimate argument in my father's house. Was he useful as a healer? Isidor wasn't a doctor. He was more of a herbalist. He never studied medicine. All his recipes were about plants and roots and so on, so to speak. He was knowledgeable too, true. A sorcerer, if you will, but a very different one from Simon. A northern sorcerer. I never heard that Simon used to be a sorcerer before. Simon was a theurgist. Isidor was a witch doctor. And to think that Isidore the witch doctor has managed to achieve the unachievable, a possible theory, but also questionable.
What?
Lad, now tell me, did Isidore visit you last night? Tell me the truth, please. Yes, Isidore did pay me a visit, but don't ask what we talked about. I have no right to share that with you. Right. I'm going to ask him one more question now. That will determine whether you and I become friends or enemies. Well then, I'd rather be your friend. Go ahead. What did you talk about? Tell me the truth, please. Isidore said,
Not that I'm merely telling it a second half. He said that there's an epidemic in the steppe camps, an outbreak of tabacan sickness, perhaps, the plague, but that is father. Father had issued an order to lock the termitary to prevent the infection. Do you think that Isidore had already been infected before he spoke to you? He was wrapped in a cloth and smelled of alcohol. He said these were preventative measures, but I still think he could have done all that just to try to convince me. After failing to convince my father, it was idiotic of me to fall for it. Ay, good in heaven, what is going on today with you? Okay. But why? To stage a coup in the king. Isidore had resigned from internal king business a long time ago. He passed his share of patriarchal power, and his power is very special. It's it's sacred like a flower of a house father, and his power used to incapacitate. Anyway, he passed it on to another people. Isidore has only been healing since then. Come on. Ah, thank goodness, at least it's short. And to stage a coup in the king, Isidore had resigned from. Oh no, wait. It didn't. And now he decided to come back and let Simon know straight away, right? And if the rumors of the plague are true? We need to warn Rubin. It's very urgent. He is about to examine Simon as soon as the period of time required by King passes. But where is he? I have no idea. Where is he staying? I don't know. There was a secret dissecting room in one of the warehouses, but no one knows where directly. He used to live mostly in the steppe, sometimes sleeping in the dormitory or at Lara Rabel's shelter. But he's not here. I know that for sure. He went away to mourn his master. What would you have done if you were him? I'd check every warehouse, of course. Perhaps I found something. The investigation of the double murder has introduced a few additional considerations. It is highly possible that Simon died to some unfamiliar disease. Stag Rubin, the town's medic, should be warned at once. If he touches the body, he may be in contact with whatever disease still remains there. Okay, no. What I wanted is this. And I'm gonna check something, and that something is a guide, because I think we technically cannot go see Rubin. Okay. Just never mind. Pathologic. Let's see. I am. Looking for something. Ah, yeah. We don't really need to go see Rubin until he is at the Kynes. So we are off to see Capella, just in case she has anything to say. I'm not sure, but I am definitely going to check on that. Let's see. Yeah, I cannot believe I've done it again. Oof. Oh, by the way, let's see what my second favorite shop in the town has. Oh, a single delicious egg. Yeah, we are getting ourselves all of these. And wait, I thought I had this too. Come on, let me buy. Cause we know that tomorrow is going to be one hell of a day.
There's a peculiar smell on the outside. What is this?
Capella. Maria's take on her. Oh, I admire Capella. Can and she hold absolute power over the minds of the children. However, my surly brother is indelicate and spiteful, while Capella is smart and gentle. Can lures them with the liberty to do whatever they will. Capella does so with love. I'll be glad to see her become the White Mistress. Blood the younger's take. Capella is to the children what Maria is to us. Wherever she appears, children go crazy, as if they were given an adrenaline shot straight to the heart. The only thing that confuses me is the promises of a new life that she tries to hammer into their heads. She claims to be a priestess, but what gave her the right? Her mother's blood? No, she will not grow to be a mistress. Look at this! If only my dear mother was alive, she'd take the reins of power in her hands. Even father will listen to her. But who is to take care of us now? Not Katerina, that's for sure. The mistress is too exhausted. Katerina is supposed to take care of you? Katerina is scared like a child herself. Also, I think she's been tricked. Yes, her prophecies come true just like it's always been. But they are becoming more and more noisy. Every word she utters comes across as a metaphor. Can she really predict the future? She sees the vague futures, and she always speaks the truth, just like a true mistress ought to. I see.
Father has been avoiding me lately.
Nothing. So yeah. Anyhow, now we're going to see Oh, yeah, we have Anna. And we have Aspity. Oh no, Hannah. Oof. Yeah, we have to go to Anna first. Spook. Oh dear. Not my business. Oh dear.
What do you all want from us?
Okay. I don't even know what's happening with my Anna Angel. Peter Stamatin's take on her. The poor thing has lost her voice. I sympathize with her because she keeps her chin up, and I hate whiners. I'm thoroughly convinced that she is paying the price for someone else's sin. A haunting visitor eager to rip out her soul is coming after her any day now. At least that's what she thinks. A lesser person wouldn't have managed to endure such torture. Julia Lurisheva's take. Anna affects to be suffering, but her hypocrisy is all too easy to see through. If she was genuinely wanted for her involvement with the February riots or the caravan of kidnappers, she would have been found years ago. She is able to trick her destiny for now, but her luck will run dry soon. The Ace of Diamonds caravan has left a ghastly imprint on her, the way it did with everything it was linked to, yet the nature of the link between the caravan and Anna remains a mystery. Oh, that is really too much. Who the hell are you? Why have you done this dreadful outfit? My name is Daniel Dankowski. What's wrong with my outfit? It's a snake skin. Are you a performer? A circus actor? A tamer? Tell me the truth. Calm down. I'm a scientist, a professor. Do you understand? I study death. I thought so. I knew someone like that would pay me a visit very soon. How horrible. Oh, what's horrible? Everything's horrible. You came to know, after me, right? I have no idea what you're talking about.
Shebnak is an evil man-eater made of clay and bones. She's the murderer.
Oh, so that man, he's like dead, right? Well, he isn't breathing. No pulse, means death. Oh, I was so scared. He barked in here, all bloody. I thought he was sent here, but he didn't try to attack me. Oh, look at those hideous wounds. It was like he was cut with precision to mangle the body as much as possible. Who would do something like this? An experienced surgeon, someone who knew who knows anatomy. His sinews are cut. He was mumbling something to that extent. There's this hunt for Simon Kyne's murderer going on, right? Well, they mistook this guy for the culprit, even though he was actually a hunter, not a huntee. It was Simon's murderer that's wounded him so horribly, wasn't it? Why do you think the man himself is not the murderer? But he was going after the murderer. They tried to ambush him at the station, in case he tries to catch a ride away from the town. And you know what? The assumptions were correct. This guy did indeed come face to face with the murderer there. Here's the result. Okay, makes sense. So what do we do now? Just don't you call anyone here, okay? Please, I'm begging you. If they find a dead man in my house... That's hard to explain, but I promise her I'll do so later, when we have the time. I didn't kill him, I swear. I couldn't have mutilated him so horrendously. I'm not saying you're guilty at all. Whatever gave you the idea? Oh, many people would be more than happy to credit this plot to my hands. They just need an excuse, a chance to grab me by the arm, and then they'll twist it so hard that I'll even confess. But just help me bury him, will you? I can see a spark of kindness in you. Go to the cemetery. Tell the caretaker there's someone less than living in my house. Who's the caretaker? Since the old caretaker died, another dark story, huh? Anyway, his daughter is the one who's taking care of the cemetery now. Name's Grace. She'll see to this dead man as though he was still alive and kicking. Figuratively, of course. Okay, Anna, I'll help you get rid of the body, no questions asked. I'm expecting to hear an enthralling story afterwards. Oh yeah, and as far as I remember, I need to have money, and I think I might have done something very stupid. Just give me a second. Uh-huh. Oh, wait, so apparently I can... Yeah, so apparently if I complete this, Anna gives me some necklace and some bracelets, but let's see if I ever do it. It is unlikely that Simon's murderer had broken into Thespian's house. Her gaze may be unkind, but she isn't guilty of killing Simon either. If I am going to help her dispose of the body, I will have to come to a covert agreement with Grace, the cemetery caretaker, and I hope that she is a child capable of keeping a secret. You know, I might consider something, and that something is probably try to report her to Victor. Anyhow, we have to go to Aspitis. Yeah, I'm thoroughly going to enjoy this. Said no one. If this wasn't obvious, I'm quite terrible at combat. I know we don't have to combat Aspity, but the butcher. Oh, come on. Really? Are they going through this already? Okay. I forgot something that I didn't do in the 2005 version, which is that if you have a certain conversation with this girl, I think it triggers another quest. But anyhow, what are you so happy about, girl? We've almost caught the unseen cat. Wanna come see her? Where did you find such a cat? It's the famous pale cat. Her eyes are translucent, her fur's grey, and her body's completely transparent. I would never go after such a fright. The light passes through her. It's very pretty, but most importantly, she's invisible in the dark, and rodents can't hear her. That's how light her step is. She belongs to the Pale Obtuse. To the what obtuse? Ah, it's no use. I know you won't believe me anyway. Just come over and see the cat for yourself when it gets dark. It's by the 12th warehouse. The password is Hell Froze Over. I'll do my best not to forget this intricate phrase. 12th warehouse. I think this is definitely by you know. I thought this was by never mind. We might need to go to the train tracks by the warehouses, not by... There she is.
What's wrong with my eyes?
I don't know. Aspity. Katerina's take on her. However odd, Aspity is a good person. She talks about death all the time. She asked me once why there's no Saburova tomb at the stone-yard Cape when it was about to appear, and she looked so innocent. She respects me as a mistress, and that is something I cannot simply brush aside, especially since my followers abandon me and betray me with each passing day. Sticky Steak. Such a mysterious creature. No one knows how she came to be in the town. Unlike others, she's not in danger because she's immortal like Simon. They also said that after Simon had cast off all that was evil in his heart, the step provided bones for her body, and that's how Aspity was born. Okay, so interesting. I thought, well, this shows how long it's been since I last played this version, that the theory of Aspity being born from Isidore's evil was also in Pathologic Classic HD. Turns out it wasn't. It was... that's a... how can I say this? A Pathologic 2 exclusive. Watch this space until I get to play Pathologic 2, and I realize I was wrong. Who knows? But yeah, it's interesting. But now I want fanfic which Aspity is Simon and Isidore's daughter. Though I have my theories, which I'll tell you someday. Do you know where to find clean water around here? Fresh water must be plentiful in this place. There's a river close by. All that water comes from the steppe and it isn't exactly clean. Yesterday, I inspected the springs in the area. There seems to be no more clean water around. That salty water is everywhere. It's reddish in color, and there are disgusting clots in it. Oh, where can I find clean water then? The townsfolk store clean water in homemade reservoirs. This modest supply should be enough to help us all last a little while. But afterwards, we'll have to drink that bloody mixture. How disgusting.
Lies always turn out to be true. Don't mess with Earth.
What do you want, I wonder? There's a runaway hiding here. Take me to him. Why would I? I need to ask him a few questions. Yeah, I remember I said that I might try Eva's version in this one. I might have lied. We really do need the money Vladito gave us. He's a butcher. He won't talk to you. You wouldn't understand him. He's been here for more than a day, but even I can't get him to talk. It is I who'd rather tell you something.
What do you want to tell me?
Big Blood has blocked the cemetery up for a reason. The butcher's mumbling is all over the place, but if you listen carefully, you'll make out tales of such horrors that I get shivers all over. Thousands of people have lost their minds all at once there. Many died. Something is brewing inside.
How did it die?
Dunno. Can't tell.
The butcher will tell me anyway.
Are you sure? Have you forgotten that he's crazed? You think he'll communicate with you? You're mistaken. They aren't great talkers anyway, and they can only howl, growl, and bawl when they're under spell.
I can hold my own.
Go then. The butcher's in the hospice. The entrance is at the other side of the house. Don't come back here complaining afterwards, though.
I'll deal with it. I must find out if the killer is hiding in the Doss house at the opposite side of the building. The butcher must be there right now. Yeah. Oh, come on. By the way, there's some stuff we have to do. Do kindly tell me, do you even understand me? I'm sorry. Also, I'm going to steal from you. No, I'm not going to steal from you. I am a terrible person. I am a god-awful monster. But I'm gonna need that money. Never mind. By the way, hello my man, how about we barter? Nice. There we go. By the way... Excellent. Yeah, I'm not going to say anything. And... yeah, I know, it's just a bunch of pixels, but... At the very least, I'm at this point in the game that even if I am already jaded by the playthrough of the alpha, the demo, and the 2005 version, I can still allow myself to feel bad. We'll talk about this once I reach the Changeling route. In which I will only actually feel bad for the ending. But anyhow, by the way, I'm just going to check something. Yeah, I probably did this in the 2005 version, but it's not like I remember. Hello, Bladito, give me my money.
Katerina thinks Claire is a messenger from heaven. Yeah, right.
See how it all turns out. I used to keep this place secret, but all these secrets seem so childish now. It's over. The butcher is dead. That's the best news I've heard in the last few days, so it was him that killed Simon, right? I doubt that. He's too dumb for that, but he was definitely insane and very dangerous. Well, it's for the best. And now I want you to listen to me, Doctor. I hold too much respect for you to offer you a reward for this rather extraordinary service, so please accept this money as a donation from the town's rulers to you. A sign of our support for someone who brave enough to commit to your difficult task. Capturing the killer is our direct duty. Please consider the sum to Delginski's contribution to the common cause. Okay. Let's see. No need for excuses. I was risking my life. You're compensating me for the risk. We're business people after all. Give me the money. Well, and now we're going to visit my favorite grocery store. Which, yeah, if you guys were wondering, it's the one that's in the... that's pretty close to Lara's. If you're new to these videos and for some reason decide to stay, you'll end up seeing that I know, and you know, there's like a bunch of stores that I tend to visit, which are the ones that are, yeah, in the zone between Lara and the theater. By the way, I'm gonna check something. I mean, especially visit. Okay. Oh, nice. Nice. And just in case, because, yeah, as it has been proven to me, I am going to need this in the future. Okay. Let's see. And, okay, yeah. I think I'm going to consider Hello, little one. You might have a smolder and then cannot let you escape. No, you don't have a smolder. It's okay, I'm gonna let you escape. Oh, nice. 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 And even nicer. Yeah, I think I'm going to check what happens if we tell Victor about Anna. And yeah, I guess this Daniels turned out to be even more of a little shit than what I played him as in the 2005 version, but you know what? Oh, by the way, I forgot something. There's another shop here. It's a clothing shop, but yeah, we're gonna have a look to see whatever they have. Yeah, yep. It's to the other side, sorry. Let's see. Oh, wait, Ruin's already here? Excellent. Let's talk to Victor first.
If we conquer our passions, it is...
There's no need to worry. Okay, so apparently...
That wretched Burek caused even more mayhem back at the station. More work for us.
Stanislav Rubin. Alexander Saburov's take on him. A strong person in every sense of the word. He can break your neck or surgically dislocate the joint equally easily. A very gifted autodidact. His main concern is the others, never the man himself. A selfless man, a man of principle, someone you can always rely on. Vlad Olgimsky's take. He was old Burak's best student. Willful, headstrong, sturdy. He will always do what he believes to be right and the right thing, and be stubborn as a mule about it. It is almost impossible to find a common tongue with him. He doesn't respect any authority except for that of his precious master. Greetings, friend. I heard news of your arrival. Everyone has. Are you here to examine the body as well? My dear colleague, I do hope you haven't touched it yet. I haven't. Is there a problem? Simon's body, wherever it is, poses a dire threat. I suspect that he has died of a contagious disease. Are you sure? Well, it doesn't matter anyway. If it's that thing again. What do you think it is? I suspect Yersinia pestis, or something not too dissimilar. What could these steps be home to? I don't believe it. A second outbreak. Wait a second. I need to regain my senses. Are you sure about this? Do you mean what do you say? I am, and I do. If it's the sun plague, Master's death was so untimely. If it's the sun plague, we only have a few more days to live. You see, I have no idea how to stop it. No one does. So you're familiar with the disease? I'm only making assumptions. I don't want to believe this. I'd rather have any other plague than this. We have no time to waste. The body must be inspected, isolated, destroyed if necessary. We must take protective measures for that, of course. We need your diagnosis before we can provide reasonable protection. At the moment, you can only buy yellow immunity boosters at the drugstores. They are no good, but I'll try to do something about this. We need to take some remedies from Master's old workplace. Did you know he was murdered by his son? An atrocity. His son had nothing to do with this. I presume Isidore was infected by Simon and died of the same disease, or vice versa. Let us not waste any more time. You're right. Let's make haste. I'll get everything ready for the examination. Meanwhile, let's arrange the body to be isolated. Kain is keeping it in a cold place. I'll keep you informed. If we act deliberately and with calm mind, we can prevent this epidemic. Stay strong. I won't leave you on your own. And thus... Okay, we have identified the killer, although we've yet to apprehend him. Rubin will collect the necessary equipment to protect him as he works with the bodies. In the meantime, I should inform Georgi Kain of what the primary investigation has shown. Okay. So yeah, we talked to Georgi. And it pretty much looks... Okay, yeah, sorry. Like this can be this day. We have other 11 days to go, and that only with Danko. I sure as hell.
Tell me what you want, and I will tell you who you are. I'm too old. Nothing can harm me anymore.
I sure as hell, how can I say this? Complain a lot for someone who really loves this game. But there you are, you're stuck with me. I have been told of your initial verdict. You said that Simon Kain was not killed by a human or a Shabnak demon, but died of a natural cause or succumbed to some physical sickness. Is that what you're saying? I wouldn't say he died naturally. He died of a mysterious disease. Microbes are more efficient killers than demons. Is that a hypothesis or are facts supported by evidence? A hypothesis. Mere hypothesis is not something that I'm willing to accept. Furthermore, the same rhetoric is widely employed by the people who want to hinder the murder investigation at any cost. The same people are spreading false rumors, civil disorders, which, as they would have it, took over the town. The same people will happily sacrifice life to maintain a semblance of order. What would you say to that? I'd said that order might be restored. And I would rather say otherwise. This whole narrative is too much convenient for those covering for the murderer. The murderer who knew how to take Simon's lives and gives a secret to themselves. What if they do not stop at that? What if there's no murderer? Who are you trying to catch? Till the very last moment I will hope that the murderer does exist. I am not trying to disabuse of your opinion. However, if you're right, that is a death sentence to us all. Look for the murderer as long as you can. Sure, let us go looking for a coin on the street lamp because there's more light that way. Is that what you want? Yes, Something that was brought to light does not necessarily equal something studied in depth. Not everything has been lit with a torch that has been lit with a torch has been examined. We are counting on your perspicacity. Find a rational solution to the problem that we would have otherwise approached intuitively. He who is mute can see. He who is blind can scream. As you wish. I hope I didn't ruin this. The initial findings suggest that Simon Kine was killed by a highly contagious disease. It seems I will not be the first one to meet the killer. Dr. Rumi has better chances at that. I just cannot help but think that were Katerina's prophecy to come true, it would have made the situation even more convoluted than it already is. Oh, okay, so I think I only saved at Victor's, so I'm going to do something. I'm going to save this, and we are going to go through the same motions with Rubin, and then we'll see whatever happens if we say that it is a proven fact. If it works that way, yeah. Hello, Stag. Okay. Okay. There we are. Now we go see Georgi and tell him it is a proven fact.
The town will meet it.
Okay, it is a proven fact. What is this proof then? Show me the body, Judge, and you will have it. The body is in the focus of the crucible. You cannot examine it now, and I mean that is technically impossible. No one may see the body before a certain period of time passes. Neither Master Rubin, nor you, my dear Bachelor, nor even myself. And what am I supposed to do then? What can I ask of you now? You have come to a conclusion already, have you not? If you haven't, then I urge you to seek out the facts as relentlessly as we do. May Providence help us if you are right. I will discuss this with your brother. I mean Victor, obviously. Yeah, we have literally the same ending as the other version. So, what time is it? I mean, we could still try the thing with the cemetery, I think. Yeah, we might. Okay. Let's see. Yeah, we're definitely gonna try that. And since my first attempt at talking to Victor was, how could I say? Maybe a teeny tiny bit fruitless. I'm gonna be doing something. Let's try, my boy. And I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. I can take 2 of this and 1 of this. Let's see if I get some money afterwards. Ooh! Let's see. Oh, wait a second. I'm fairly sure that I'm going to regret that exchange with the previous kid. Oh, thankfully I didn't. Okay, so yeah, we go through the warehouses. And I think we're gonna check something, which would be kind of funny. Yeah, he's there too. Yeah, that was super silly of me, but I wonder if he has something to tell us.
Time is of the essence.
Okay, now it's not a good time to talk however important the matter. Nothing important, I'm just doing the rounds. Okay, so yeah. I mean, we have time enough to do this. And then we'll probably either get some more stuff or already go to sleep, because yeah, we're gonna need both things actually. Yeah, that we are. And we save here. So let's see. Wait a second. Why is this not working? Oh, come on. Let me in. Oh, hello? Oh, for goodness sake, what the heck is wrong? Oh, God. Holy moly. Let's see whatever's happening. Okay. Now, much better. What do you need, kind sir? I'm looking for Grace. Where is she? Ah, the caretaker's gal. No Grace right here, as you can see. This place is completely graceless. What's your business with her? I need to bury a man without unnecessary fuss. Hey, makes sense. Lot of sense. Putting someone 6 feet under without any roaring thunder. The process demands the meticulous last kinds here. You know what? How long since the Steve... Steve? A bizarre question. Ain't nothing bizarre about that. If the gunner's been gone for a long time, there's just one concern for us, or maybe not at all. But if he died recently... if he died recently, we're in a completely different line of business here. Now, a person doesn't die just like that, does he? The town's a rumble and a thunder. Don't you try to talk him into believing he died his own death. So you want money? You've been in 2000 here, kind sir, and we'll bury the devil himself and sing a pretty tune for you to boot. Gotta put even the Shabnagadik back into the ground for 2000. There's a main pretty, I know, but the times ain't here on the looks either. I shall show the kind sir a way out, by the way. Well? You're a big city man. I can feel a burst away. Your equipment could cost a fortune in our shops. The poor morons give you their souls for it. They buy all sorts of crap anyway. They've got loads of money saved up right now. What with the train coming soon and all. But them folks are addicted to not starving, so they're gradually selling their stuff. You could become a rich man in a few hours if you play your cards right. What do I do, chat? Should I? You know, maybe I... Can I see something? It looks like I'll have to follow your advice. These greedy gravediggers aim to make as much as they can by providing unwarranted burial services. 2000! And the rascals had the temerity to suggest I pawn some of my belongings to round up the cash. Okay, so we are going to do something, and this something is... Yeah, we're making the first use of the command console to see first what happens when we talk to Victor, because, yeah, I wanted to see what happened. And maybe then we'll reload. And then we'll probably give those two assholes their money.
Perhaps old Gimpsky is set.
Ah, so nothing happens. Interesting. We're going to return. I think no. Storoika. Oh, jeez. It's not gonna... Oh, come on. Oh, flip. Damn it. That was very idiotic of me. I didn't think that the spawn place would be this one. I've got what you need, Cancer. I've got the money here. Ah, lovely. Where's the freshie? At an angel's place. Hurry up. It is done. The gravediggers will help Anna bury the corpse. But first of all, I'm gonna pay a visit to my man, Farhat. Hello, Farhat. It's nice to see you here. And now, yeah, we're gonna get the stuff we'll get from Anna and make good use of it, and then sell the stuff while we can. Oh wait, not here. Cause yeah, I was trying to enter. I wonder something. I am very curious about the idea of fighting the infected people from the alpha. Well, hello you. Shall we barter perhaps? Oh, interesting. 3. But 4. And now I'll be able to sell this. Hopefully. Which reminds me, I need to talk to this guy, because I'm not sure if I might need... Hello? Yeah. Oof. Yeah. Better if I do this. Hello. Still cannot... Oh, no, not this way. And neither this one, neither this one, because I am apparently a person that cannot orient themselves properly. Yeah, we're gonna get through here. Nah, nothing to mend, thankfully. Not yet. Excellent. Oh, come on. Run, ma'am, run. I'm going to stop them. I promise. Run, ma'am. Okay, I tried. And that was very ridiculous of me. Yeah. We're getting this. We're getting this. And we're getting this. And how much for the peanuts? Yeah, we're getting the peanuts too, because they will be useful. But yeah, I imagine... And I don't mean I imagine, what do I mean actually? Yeah, I remember one of the first times I saw, yeah, this thing happening of men following a woman in the town to beat the crap out of her. Oh, come on, no! Just let her be. Nope. I wanted to do business with that drunkard. And, yeah. I tried to stop the man. Needless to say, yeah, it ended very badly for me. Not my actual first death, because my first death was... Yeah, it was when I fell from one of the stairways to heaven. I didn't know you could fall from the stairways. But... you know... It's just... I don't have fond memories of that moment. Neither from my falling from the stairways, nor from that time I tried to stop some men from beating up a woman. Now I mind my business. Or at the very least I try to.
Shebnak is an evil man-eater made of clay and bones. She's the murderer.
Oh, how can I thank you? I'd love to give you some sort of trinket as a token of my gratitude. A silver ring from your lovely finger would be more than enough. Then take it as a sign of my affection. No, wait, I've got a better idea. I shall give you several, so that they'll affect you even more. These are not just any trinkets. Never forget that each of them represents my feelings. I'll try. Oh, but excellent. At the very least I have like 1,000 extra, which is not much, considering I've lost like 2,000, but any friggin' how. No. Everything will be fine. Yeah. This is certainly going to be something. And tomorrow, oh my goodness, tomorrow, with the House of the Living and Isidore's place. Ooh, I remember being very stressed at Isidore's place. Now that'll be something. Anyhow. Any friggin' how. Yeah, we're gonna get this. And yeah, this will be nice. Thank you, sir. Hey, yeah, we're pretty much done. Yeah, I just remember that Danko cannot get herbs. And I just remember that Clara finished her round with like some swevery and some twire or white whip. I cannot even remember. Anyhow, let's see. Okay, never mind, sweetheart. I'm gonna consider something. Okay, how much? Only 40 per... 27 for this. Yeah, perhaps that had been a bad idea and I should have kept all that stuff for... Oh, come on. No, you know, it would be certainly nice if things actually worked. Okay. Nah, it's okay. But you know what? Yeah, we're gonna talk to this kid. So you're playing, huh? Whoever finds another one first gets to eat them. These are the rules. What are you talking about? That's how the hide and seek works. You are the hunter, you are the hunted. Whoever finds the opponents first kills them. Does that include me? Of course it does. Beware. Don't worry, kid. I'll finish the killer, whoever they are. I am the hunter. Kid. Just wait. Hey, kid. Where's the headquarters? It's on the Gulet's bank. It's where the willows and the pub are located, and on the works are by the headquarters side. What is the Gulet? The river that cuts it transversely, the one closer to the abattoir. I see. But yeah. Could you point me the way to the crude sprawl? Oh,
It's on the outskirts of the town, by the cemetery and the abattoir. If you keep going past it kinda diagonally, you could get to the rotten field.
And what's the rotten field?
It's where they bury the bull's bones. This place is covered with fur instead of grass, and it's all bones, bones, bones underground. Bones and horns. Yeah. Tell me about the theater. Oh, it's a pièce de résistance. This is fucking fantastic, because I, on one hand, find it very shocking that a kid would know the expression pièce de résistance, but you know what? It also makes sense. Because, yeah, kids tend to know the those things. It's sometimes they even use them correctly, which is beautiful, if I were to be honest. So yeah, it's absolute. The writing for this game, especially the writing for the kids, shit, it's gorgeous. The place for the most significant things to happen. The shows they do. Puppet plays about the shade, an orphan that came out victorious, a little thief girl, and a scientist who made the world end. Lots of stuff.
Well. I don't like to throw hints, but someone is throwing hints all the freaking way. So it's a puppet show. Oh?
Not only that, they also have the mask perform every evening, but I'm not allowed to those shows.
Why?
I'm too little a boy.
I see. Well, kid, you go on your way.
My heart is crying for my poor children. How are my tears doing? Is everything all right? Oh, woman's share is hard.
You got a curious town here. I never expected to see something like this in such a remote place.
Everyone is tired of the endless construction work. We want some quiet.
Relatable, if I were to be honest.
Is there a lot of construction going on? Not a lot, but I cannot shrug away the feeling that the world is changing all too quickly. The rulers invite architects from the capital, and they turn everything upside down. It's fun for the children, but a torment for us.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Ma'am, please, I need to finish talking to you.
Why are women being attacked?
I seem to remember that when Victoria died, everybody rushed to look for an undead crawler.
What would they immediately rush for, looking for an undead something?
Victoria was a mistress. Somehow it seemed that an ordinary creature couldn't hurt her. Her death was unexpected. She was very young, and so well loved by the people. So the rumors started immediately that a human eater had taken her soul.
So what? Did they try to seize every fieldman too?
No one was seized, but there was an anxiety. There was no doubt that an evil was walking among us. You can always feel it. It changes the density of the world. Your instincts just tell you it's true. This all stepped wisdom, and you can't avoid it. You really can't. The steppe is wiser than we are.
Superstitions like this have thrown sand in the wheels of countless scientific discoveries. And yeah, there you go. Yeah, we're gonna talk to this dude.
Which, yeah, it's something that I think I kinda did in the alpha.
at the very least for some of the NPCs in the streets, but I certainly did not in the 2005 version, and I kinda regret it. Anything I can do for you? I'd be very much obliged if you help me learn how to get around your town. There's more than one town here. The first one is called the Bull Project. The second one, the offspring of the project, is the district. I mean, the residential part itself. Not so long ago, the town also dropped another anchor across the river, but I wouldn't go so far as to call that a district too. It's just the polyhedron. Tell me about the Bull Project. It's the industrial-based town. The station, the warehouses, the works, and the abattoir all belong to it. I wouldn't recommend going there. It's not an appropriate place for a person for the capital. It's filthy there. And the stench. I say it's not an appropriate place for anyone at all. Didn't think about going there anyway. Say, how come such a tiny town is divided into districts? Well, it just came to be that way. The Gallet and the Gazelle, the concurrent tributaries, divide the town into 3 parts. Each of them consists of many separate courtyards, so maybe that's the reason. And what are those parts? The lower part, adjacent to the abattoir, is called Earth. The one between the Gallet and the Gazelle we call the Knots. And the triangular promontory between the Gazelle and the Gorgon is the Stone Yard. That's intricate. What about the districts' names? The Stone Yard consists of 2 districts, the Bridge Square and the Atrium, plus the Mistress's Tombs, of course. Earth has 4 residential districts, the Skinner, the Tanners, the Hindquarters, and the Crude Sprawl. In the middle... Is something wrong? I'm just not sure you need any of these. I fucking love this game, man. I fucking love this game. Yeah. If you think of it, this knowledge actually comes in handy with the with Pathologic too. Why? Because it's yeah, the division between districts is something that the game constantly reminds you of. But here in Pathologic 1, you find that, yeah, they're only partially mentioned sometimes, but the divisions you see when a district is infected, they're not marking you the name of the district or whatever. But yeah, it's in a certain way, it's actually a constant presence in Pathologic 2. But yeah, I fucking love this. I love the comment. I love when this game gets meta. Boy, this game. The Knots has 7 districts: the spleen, the marrow, the chine, the backbone, the mouth, the flank, and the gut. I don't suppose I need to go into further details. Surely the Kynes will show you around. They're expecting you, after all. Much obliged. Tell me about the town hall. The town hall is the most useless place in the whole town. Bravo! I'm telling you, the only thing it's good is at taking up space. It's the most prominent building in the backbone, sinister, and still useless. Why useless? Because we're ruled by the, well, rulers. There are no officials around here, and no need for them to. You want to know what's up there in the town hall? The post office and the jail. Nothing more. It's fine. They'll finally repurpose the building someday. Turn into a school, maybe. Whatever the facility, it would still be of better use. I see. How do I get to the backbone? How come you still haven't got a map? You're lost for good without one. The backbone is in the Knots. That's the middle part of the district between the Gallet and the Gazelle. Much obliged. Oh, come on. What's... Oh, I think I might be running out of battery. No, not really. It's just my... Okay, what is a dormitory? Two massive buildings in the eastern part of Earth. The dormitory marks the district's border. Beyond that, there's only the abattoir and then the steppe itself. People do not belong there. Why? Well, they just don't. It's not a people place. But someone has to work there, right? Some folk do. The steppe people, the butchers, that's the way outside your area of expertise. Believe me. That was intriguing, my good man. Don't leave. The warehouses is a district as well, right? It is, but there's not much to tell about it. It consists of two parts. The first part is where everything that the town exports is stored. Meat, sausage, ham, bone meal, and so on. The other one stores various hardware, and also the manufactured goods that the regular train delivers. And how do I get there? That's in the notes. It's the southernmost part, to be precise. To the east of the station. The meat warehouses are the ones closer to the station. The hardware ones are closer to the town. There's a railroad track running between them. Thank you. Tell me about Nina. When Nina died, everyone was terrified. No one could wrap their mind around it. It was truly and utterly unthinkable. And yet it happened. Dying is not really a common habit around here, you see. And so when Nina passed away, everyone started saying that a Shabnak came from her soul, or maybe a third skin, a creature from beyond. I see. But what can you tell me about Nina herself? Her name doesn't really ring many bells to me. Nina Kaina! Nina the sorceress, the most gorgeous woman I have ever seen. So wild and fierce and intimidating. Just one brief look at her walking down the street with or without her escort could make you weak in the knees. You could almost picture her up on a throne. She could cut you with a knife looking you in the eye, and no one would say a thing. Only a Shagna could take that one. So what, did anyone find the Turnskin? Not really. So now you want to give it another try? Very funny. Not in the mood for laughing at all. Okay. Yeah, we're gonna see if we find more peeps around to ask them for stuff. And by the way, what time is it? Okay, it's 6:15. Or maybe 6:45. I think it's past 6 actually. Okay, let's see if this girl has something interesting. What's up? The Solar House got an opportunity to catch their breath. This is good. Now everyone will have the time to prepare. Otherwise we'll have to mourn our boys, and the house will be orphaned. The Solar House? It's just a catchy name. Notkin says it's because of each of them has a familiar. A cat, a dog, a crow, or a grass snake have a soul more than a normal person or a normal animal. Is that a game? It's a It's a lifestyle that's larger than life. If you join a soul in a house, you have to adopt a pet. As you raise it, you change. Then, when it's grown, it gets the other way around. Your half begins to take care of you, and so you are always together, bound forever. And what if the animal dies? I don't know. No half has ever died before. What kind of soul and a half are you if your familiar can die? They wouldn't take you in the first place. Naturally. And wait, we have to do business. Business! Yeah, we're gonna get this cause we need it. Okay. Did I might need to check on the batteries of my mouse and my keyboard. But never mind. Yeah. I mean... Okay. No, come on. Oh, F it. Gonna talk to the kid. No, come on. Please, 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 please work. I really hope I haven't broken my... Kid, please.
Hey, you! Don't you mess with us. We know a thing or two about life.
Why the long face?
The what's been postponed. If it has come to this, we shall unite and hunt the Turnskin.
Do you believe in Turnskins?
You graduated from a university, and this is your question?
It's just so freaking funny, because, yeah, if we think of it, it could certainly be a... I'm not sure, but this could certainly be a reference to Hamlet, because if you guys remember, they request Horatius' presence in the beginning to deal with the ghost of Hamlet Sr., because since Horatio has studied at the university, he can take care of those things. Certainly.
You think we are all total nitwits here, looking for a werewolf? Werewolves only exist in fairy tales, and a real Turnskin will make your own skin crawl.
Sounds intriguing. Tell me more.
Do you know the Baurmeges, the book of steppe legends? It explains what a Turnskin is. A Turnskin can live by your side for years, and then all of a sudden, BAM! It turns! Don't be surprised that your nearest and dearest are on their way to the cemetery.
But why?
Because that's the Turnskin's nature. If it was a man or a woman, then BAM! There's Sakagi standing before you. Death emanates from it. You get it now, you big city brainy?
More or less.
Oh, come on, kid.
Tell me about the hindquarters.
Hey ho, the hindquarters is a merry district. It's in the earth above the factories on the back of the gullet. That's where the ominous willows are. A house of fear report. And a pub called Factus Est.
Oh yeah, I remember. That was supposed to be the original name for the Broken Heart, I think. The twins tend to spend all their time at the latter. Yeah, it is. What's the Willows?
A malicious wench lives there, named Sana Angel, a proud potato if I have ever seen one. She used to be a famous singer and now she's dealing in spells and hexes. We smashed her windows with stones, if not for the respect you used to have for the previous owners.
Who lived there before?
Come on. A girl named Willow Mellow used to live there, and then she died. That's how it goes. No one would have thought about it twice. Has she not died right after offering shelter to poor Anna Angel? Grace says that Willow was buried in a closet coffin, and that coffin was suspiciously light. Spooky, isn't it?
Are you kidding me?
Ha yeah, I so pranked you. Now excuse me, I'm in an awful hurry. We'll talk another time. Hey!
Anyhow, yeah, well, I don't even know why I have done this. Kiddo!
Tell me about the Polyhedron. That's where the youngest Cain, Caspar, styled Khan, has fortified. There are more than 1,000 children up there now. Almost every child in the town went to the Polyhedron. except for urchins, orphans, and boulder devils like me. Are you trying to tell me they live there? Well, the older ones do. The younger kids just come to play. But just everyone who's older than 3 and younger than 15 had a huge gathering there. They're hiding. From the parents? From fate, Bachelor! From fate! Yeah. You cannot hide from fate. Tell me about the crude sprawl. Bah! The most rottenest place ever. The soil breathes there as though it could swallow you whole. A real bog. What could possibly need in that place? How do I get there? It's simple. When they tell you to go to hell, just choose any direction. When you found the worst place in the world, this is it. Ah! How about smack on the head? And, well, tell me about the Tanner's district. A nice place. It's in northwest Cape of Earth, the backside of the town. That's where the road, the Saburov's mansion is. We don't play there. Alexander is not to be trifled with. You never know when his strict case turns towards you. What's so bad about it? Well, who knows? No, don't ever mess with the Saburovs. Then again, the wife, Katerina, is not only a witch, but also a mistress. I was too young to see any of the old mistresses. Katerina was the last one, although I've never seen her either. Shush, what are you shaking? I'm not making you go there. Yeah, that was a lot. We'll probably continue with our talkings tomorrow. I'm gonna check on something. Who was the bad tailor? Danko, you little shit. You don't want to talk? You're wearing a skin and snakeskin coat. And yeah, I checked and we're probably not trying the the thing. Yeah, we're gonna go for a sleepy. Hello, Eva. I'm very tired. I need to sleep. Okay. And there we are. In day 2.
The day is over. Your timely efforts allowed your supporters to remain unharmed. A new mime performance is being rehearsed at the theatre.
The letter from the powers that be. Bachelor Dankowski, but what seems to be a very lucky coincidence, you have found yourself in a town that is ruled by some very worrying occurrences. Reportedly, there's an outbreak of a dangerous disease in the vicinity. There's also an opinion that the outbreak is a falsification staged deliberately for the purpose of concealing a murder. In consideration of your standing and analytical capability, we delegate the investigation to you. If there's an epidemic, it must be halted by any means necessary. You should collect as much information as you can, we suppose, and then make a decision in line with your own professional ethics and moral beliefs. In order to implement your strategy, an inquisitor endowed with unrestricted authority will shortly arrive to join you. In the event that you are unable to curb the outbreak before their arrival, all power over the situation will be reassigned to them. P.S. It has come to our attention that you have recently requested permission to continue with your own research. The decision of whether or not such permission will be granted depends on the results of the assignment. Your success, therefore, has a bearing on your scientific reputation and your further academic career. Professor Tellman. Oh, wait! I didn't see the letter from the colleague. And well, this one, because, yeah, it's from Saburov. The body is isolated. Bachelor, the body has been isolated, as far as I know. Ruben conducts the examination of it. Nevertheless, keeping in mind your discovery, I would advise you to see me in the road first thing tomorrow morning. There's a matter of crucial importance that we need to discuss. Alexander Sapurov. A letter from a colleague in Thanatica. Daniel, I am writing this in a hurry, so do forgive the uncustomary brevity. The powers that be are closing in on us. They persecuted us before, as you know, but now they are set to utterly exterminate us. We might yet be able to persevere, but you, my friend, are in grave danger. It is almost as if your destination was chosen to be the place of your burial. They say that there is some kind of disease in the town, of a most little variety, perhaps plague itself. I have little doubt that the powers that be have set up your whole journey. Telman, that vermin, wants to get rid of you more than he wants to seize the outbreak. I wouldn't be surprised if it transpires that there are no medical personnel whatsoever in the town. They will use it as a pretext to delegate the whole mess of it to you. If this is the case, I urge you to keep up the trouble. Stay safe, Daniel, and wait for the sanitary teams. They will arrive sooner or later. Take care, my friend. If they tell you to engage the play by yourself, refuse it, even if your principals enjoin you to do otherwise. Our research is what matters the most, and we will not be able to go on with it if you are dead. Yours, A. Okay, so there we go. Oh, and I forgot, we're hungry. Shall we have a single delicious egg? Like, why not? There we go. Okay, in stupidly silly things, I really like the texture of those windows. How it seems like light is going through them. So yeah. Pretty much. Okay, let's... Yeah, we're gonna eat something more. Some bread. Bread is nice. And we save.
Today, the killer was identified. Its nature turned out to be completely unexpected.
The enemy is found and named. It's called the Sand Pest. The contagious plague is threatening to ruin everything here.
How can a killer like this be punished? How can a villain like this be struck?
He can't. It's impossible. By pulling a knife on it, you'll just cut an innocent body.
I think I should go. Nothing to be done here anyway.
You should go. Go then. Wherever you please. Shoo!
I know this spiel is turning out to be very repetitive, but here we are with day one finished.
I cannot believe this. And, well, we'll see each other in day 2. So we started our route. Even if this feels like Groundhog Day, I must say, once again, that I really appreciate the improvements made in this remaster. Again, as usual, if you found this video and had no idea of my other stuff, hello again, this is Alys and I am currently going through every possible iteration available to the public, among many other stuff. If you can and haven't already, please subscribe, and if you liked this enough to spur some cash my way, there's a link to my Ko-fi in the description below. Next video is gonna be day 2. Until then, see you!